is raging, you fighting to make it through. Fight all that hate in you, violence can't make it right. Only replaces you, trust me, I know, cause I've been there. Who saved me? You put back the pieces when I was in shambles, and fill me with hope when I rot the enamel. When I was cold, but I don't wanna be anymore. Don't leave me, no. I will never give up on you, brother. Nothing but us two. I don't know what I would do if I knew that I was your doom.
I know that life gets hard, a spiral in the dark, yeah. And I know you got the heart, baby. It's my fault. You're in the dark, in the dark, in the dark, in the dark, in the dark. In the dark. In the dark. In the dark, in the dark, in the dark, in the dark, in the dark. Could this road get any longer? I just want to go home. And maybe if I was a little stronger, he would face me, I don't know. The truth is I don't know if I'm on track, because my back's against the wall. Trying to find direction, cause the way that I've been going is out of my control. I am so conflicted, cause it's so addictive. I can't erase the past with demons we're protected. See my head and heart, it never felt connected. Is there
Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to my, I guess, technically, this is not the first pack opening stream I've done. I did one back in November for the absolutely irresponsible number of Spider-Man booster packs that I pre-ordered. I didn't go hog wild this time. It was not nearly as crazy as it was last time. Last time there was like almost 70 packs that I was opening between some miscellaneous ones like a Foundation booster pack and Assassin's Creed booster pack and a few others, and like I think it was like 57 Spider-Man packs that I opened. I'm not going that crazy today, mainly because I did not have the money to get like an actual booster box. However, there is a Star Trek booster set that's going to be coming out in November, and I can't guarantee anything about that one because I'm really excited for the Star Trek one. But today we are going to be opening Secrets of Strixhaven and Marvel, and there's a few Lorwin ones in there, and I also found a couple unopened what is it? I think they're the lands from the Ninja Turtle booster bundle that I had a while ago. But one of these actually has, it looks like a promo card in it. I can't tell what promo card in it other than it's black. So we're going to open that as well to see what kind of promo card I get, and whatever lands go in there are going to be helping us build a couple of decks. I have the welcome deck for Iron Man, which is a mono blue welcome deck with I think 30 cards in it. I have a pre-release bundle. I have the Avengers Assemble red, white, and blue pre-con deck. I have the Superheroes Beginner box, and I already have started an Iron Man deck, which is red and blue, and I intend on finishing that hopefully today. I have some proxies for it. Some of the proxies that I intended to order have not come in yet, so I have the like replacement cards for them currently until I can get those proxies. But I'm going to show you some of the proxies that I have both live on stream, and also I'll switch over to my folder of pre-made proxies from MTG Cardsmith, so I can show you guys what proxies are coming for this deck, because I'm really excited about this Iron Man deck. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think. But yeah, so I've got a decent number of booster packs. I also have both of the art sets, the scene boxes. I've got the Heroes United and Villains Unleashed one. I've got one of each of those, and each one of those comes with, you know, the what is it, like 6 or 8 special cards, 6 cards, and 3 booster packs. So there's a decent number of things to open. So we're not going to waste any more time. Let me switch over to the MTG stream here, and I'm also going to pop over. There we go. See my desk. Let's move Foxy over here. There we go. I'm also going to pop over into the Arc Discord, so that way if Arc Delta or Epsilon or 6/1 who joined us on the last stream that I did for Marvel, if they want to come in and like talk, then they can. So let me just jump into the streaming channel that we have set up for that, and then we'll get going.
Oh God.
There we go. So they might pop up at different points, but figured we may as well get started now, because I haven't heard anything. I have my specific plastic case here for I have to remember that I have to hold it upside down for me so you guys can see it. For my expensive cards. So I pulled the Soul Stone during the Spider-Man stream that I did last time, and I was super excited for that. Sadly, that stream got demonetized because of some of the music that I used. I thought I was using license-free music. Apparently, YouTube disagreed with me. So that's the reason why there's no music this time, unfortunately. I would love to be able to have some music, but I would like to be able to recoup some of the finances that I've spent on ill-gained purchases. This Sword of Feast and Famine one, I think that's rated as like a $50 card. And of course, the Soul Stone is like $50, $65, $75. And then I also have like a yellow running Chocobo, which is like, I think $25, $35 in that little thing. So that's my little container here for my rare cards. In case I find anything that's like above $30, $25, $30. I'm gonna open up the welcome deck first, so that I can take a look at the cards there. And you know what? Actually, I buried my Iron Man deck, so I may as well get my Iron Man deck out as well in case there are cards in here. And I know there are cards in here that I'm going to want to put in the Iron Man deck. Interesting. Okay, I'm very confused. I thought that this was supposed to be a mono blue deck, but it's like half red, half blue. I'm just poring over it for a second. I mean, Lyra was definitely one of the first cards that I saw. There she is. That's definitely one that I wanted in my Iron Man deck. So I'm glad that some of this stuff seems to be accurate. That's the one that I wanted most. Although I may actually proxy that card because I've looked online. This card is going for like $40 or $50. I'm guessing because of the fact that it's exclusive to this to the what do you call it, the starter deck. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. But it is kind of ridiculous how expensive I've seen that card going for. Iron Man Modern Marvel. So like that I want to put into the deck, but I don't know whether or not I will, just because that is a lot. I'm just going through this real quick and then I'll actually like look through it. So like it's got some stuff in here that I was rather surprised. So let's go with the red ones first. And then we will go through with the blue ones. So obviously Mountain, Rampaging Classmates. Oh, that's based off of Spider-Man. It even had the Spider-Man set on there. Interesting. So that's obviously when Peter Parker turned into Lizard when Spider-Gwen, in the Spider-Gwen series. Extremis Elite. Okay, so I think that kind of reminds me of Iron Man 3, but I know the Extremis is actually like a virus that happens in like the comics as well. Human Torch, Johnny Storm. Whenever you draw a card, if you control another hero, Human Torch deals 1 damage to target opponent. Okay, so if you're building a Fantastic Four deck, that would probably be pretty good because that's all about drawing cards. Let's see, Kree Sentinel, Reach and basic land cycling. Okay, nothing. Sif Spearmaster. Oh, I saw this card before. So I have a god deck. I have a deck for Kratos. And Kratos, if you don't know about like Kratos Stoic Father, where is that deck? This deck, this is a Kratos and Atreus deck because I wanted the blue in there too. So Kratos Stoic Father. It reads, whenever you attack with one or more gods, and whenever a god dies, you get an experience counter. At the beginning of your end step, put a number of +1/+1 counters on target creature equal to the number of experience counters you have. That goes really nasty with this one. Because this one is, when you tap it, this creature deals damage equal to its power to target opponent. So I have gone bonkers with Kratos, okay? Kratos, I think the last time I played this was against a couple of my friends. And when I did that, I ended up with like 17 experience counters, which meant every turn I was doing, I was putting 17 experience counters on, or 17 +1/+1 counters on a creature. The thing is, I also had Roaming Throne on the field, so I was doing that twice. And every time I'd gain an experience counter, I'd get 2 experience counters because Roaming Throne doubles the triggered effects of a specific type of creature. So I would make Roaming Throne a god, and so now whenever a god attacked or whenever a god dies, I'd get an experience counter. And note that I've done research. The first part of that first line, it says whenever one or more gods attacked. That means you only get one if you attack with like 2, 3, 4. But if all of those gods die, you get an experience counter for each god that dies. So with Roaming Throne on the field, I'd get 2 experience counters every time I'd attack or die. And it was going kind of crazy. It was actually quite interesting to see how quickly things were going. And then the second effect would trigger twice as well, because it's a triggered effect. At the end of the turn, I'd put certain number of counters on creatures depending on my experience counters. Boom. That means that I'm getting 32 experience counters. So I'm at, or 32 +1/+1 counters, because I've got 17 experience counters, and that effect is triggering twice. So Sif Spearmaster is going in this deck because Sif Spearmaster is going to be a tactical nuke in this deck. Oh, I am so excited. I am so happy to see that. I did not know I was going to get that today. I was hoping I was. I knew about it. Let's see here. Discard a card, draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. That would actually be really good in my my Green Goblin deck. Because my Green Goblin deck's all about like conniving, and that requires me to discard cards. Furious Strength, enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has menace. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Another rampaging classmate, Spider-Man Web Spinner, Double Strike, and Haste. Whenever Spider-Man attacks, target creature can't block this turn. That's also really good. Do I have something that I can put some of the cards in that I want to keep? Didn't really think about that. You know what? I'm gonna stick that back for now inside the box. I've got bigger boxes that will be coming later. I'll probably open the pre-release bundle next. Okay, Marvelous Muscle, Marvelous Melee deals 6 damage to target creature, and then basic land cycling. I like the fact that a lot of these have like land cycling or additional effects. Here, let me see if I can adjust this a little bit so it's a little easier for me to hold this. I like the fact that they have like land cycling or other effects, so that way it's not just the effect. It, like, if you don't need this card, you can cycle it to find a land. Like, I like that. The Marvel set, I've seen that a lot with a lot of the cards in the Marvel set, and I kind of enjoy that because it means that you get like additional value out of the cards. And since it's being discarded, if you have a deck that cares about discarding cards, like what's it called? Green Goblin, that definitely helps, because then you get a land, plus you can activate the Mayhem ability from Green Goblin. Let's see here. Living Lightning, charged up, flying, haste. The beginning of your combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. That's all right. For 5 mana, a 3/3 with flying haste and giving haste to other creatures, I could see some value for that. But I feel like you're going to need to protect this guy. You want to really get the proper amount of value from it. You're going to want to make sure that you've got something to protect him. If you don't, then you're using a lot of mana for a 3/3 flyer, and there's other 3/3 flyers out there that potentially could be better if you can't protect him. The Mary Janes. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature that attacked this turn, and menace. That's pretty good if you're doing like a token generator deck. Smashing Spree. Target attacking creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample to end a turn. I like that. And it's only for 3 mana. Normally, I'd expect that for green, not red. I mean, it's the Hulk, so it makes sense that it's red. But like, I would expect that for a green deck, not a red deck. So I'm kind of glad that red got that support. Not that it really needs it. Red does a ton of damage in it itself. Quicksilver, Pietro, Maximoff, just haste for 3/2. I mean, if you need a quick 3-drop, then that's not bad. There are definitely better ones out there. Ooh, I like that lightning strike. I like that lightning strike with Thor. That's really good. Mountain, another Extremist Elite, and Happy Hogan Dauntless Driver. No abilities, just one pilot. Okay. I don't have in my Iron Man deck, I'm trying to collect as many Iron Man themed cards as possible. But unfortunately, I don't have Happy Hogan in that deck because none of the Happy Hogan cards actually work well with the deck as I'm trying to build it. There's definitely some good utility in here. Let's see here. The power-up abilities are interesting, but some of them are kind of expensive. Like Extremist Elite is a 2-drop with a power-up that has 5 that gives it +2 or 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and it deals 1 damage to a target. I mean, so it's not the greatest ability for this particular thing. I have noticed that for a lot of the power-up abilities. They're not necessarily the greatest, but they do have functions. Like if you put this in a deck that had firebending, you could power that up at instant speed with the firebending abilities, and it wouldn't really like cost you anything really. If you've got like a 2 creatures that have like firebending 2 and firebending 3, all of a sudden that's 5 mana right there that you could just spend on Extremist Elite. So there's definitely utility for this guy. And then you got a 2-drop that's 4/4. So like it definitely is it definitely is useful, but I think it's situational, you know? There's definitely something that can be said that like some of the power-up abilities are only useful in certain situations. Keep Furious Strength. Feel like that's going to be kind of good. Kind of want to proxy that with Iron Man. Try to put him in like the Hulkbuster armor or something. Lightning Strike's always good to keep, especially with that Thor art. Mashing Spree, yes. Mary Jane, sure, why not? Living Lightning, I will try to find something to do with. Marvelous Melee, I like that because the basic land cycling. Rampaging Classmate's pretty good because if you've got a token deck with lots and lots of creatures attacking, it can get pretty big pretty quickly. Free Sentinel I'm going to keep because of the basic land cycling. I probably will put that in my Eggman deck if I use it at all. Rest of those I'm going to set aside for now. Try and figure out what else to do with them later. 1 second. I have a box for my bulk. I think I got buried. There we go. There we go. Right now it's just full of like a few Strixhaven and Lorwin Eclipse and TMNT cards. I set it aside specifically for today because my other 2 bulk boxes are full to the brim. I physically don't think I can get any more in those boxes. Let me just set these cards up so it's easier to maneuver. Oh yeah, prismatic, what is it? Prismatic Prism, I think. Card that I thought was better than it really was, and I reread it and I was like, oh, I put this in like 5 decks and didn't realize how sucky it was. Almost done. I suspect I'm going to have a lot of bulk today, so I'm just trying to get this organized now so that way it's ready for the influx. Also, some of the cards are getting buried underneath the flaps of the box. Yay for, you know, Being prepared. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm not really much of a planner. I just kind of do things, and those things work out great. And if they don't, then I'm just like, yeah, oh well. So this should come as no surprise to anybody that I am not 100% prepared. I'm like only, I don't know, like 60% prepared. Okay, there we go. Vault box is reset up. Set down. Right next to me. So, oh, no. Ah. It's supposed to be a pack opening stream, not a box organizing stream. There. I want you at an angle so you don't slide. There we go. Ooh. Okay, let's look at the blue ones. I already know that there's going to be several blue ones that are getting put aside for me to use. Iron Lad is one of them. That's going immediately into my deck. Futurist Forge. That one I believe I'm putting in there. Island. That one I know I'm putting in there. Let's see. Futurist Forge. So in this artifact enters draw card. Iron Lad. Flying and Vigilance. You may look at the top card of your library in time. Tap it to reveal the top card of your library. If it's an artifact card, draw a card. And then, of course, Lila, who is one of the best, like, card draw synergists in the game, is whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So, like, you can really get someone real powerful real quick if Lyra's on the field. And then, let's see, Blue Marvel. Flying, Ward 2. Whenever you draw your second card, put a +1/+1 counter on Blue Marvel. So, like, that kind of goes hand in hand with Lyra to a certain extent, except it's focused specifically on Blue Marvel. Alchemic Slayer bots from the Spider-Man set. When this creature enters, tap target creature the opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Definitely a pretty decent card. I really do like that particular card. Whoosh. We saw a lot of whoosh in my last stream. Island. Iron Man. I'm going to look up Iron Man Modern Marvel just to see how expensive that card is. As flying, other artifact creature you control get +1/+1, and when Iron Man attacks, if you control another artifact creature, draw a card. Very powerful. Let me see here. Not Marvel Legends. Yeah, see, so here's a perfect example. Like, I'm searching on eBay right now, right? The first one that comes up is $36. The one immediately after that, because it's a rainbow rare, and it's paired with the Iron Man counterspell, which I really want, is $60. The one immediately after that to purchase, not to bid on, just to purchase, $54.99. So, like, this card is bonkers in how expensive it is. So it is going inside my rare package alongside Soulstone and that very special Sword of Feast and Famine from the Assassin's Creed set. I'll probably proxy that card. Kind of sucks that I won't have it available for me by Sunday, because I'm planning on going to play cards with some friends on Sunday. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's see, Ant-Man's Air Force. Flying, and whenever this creature attacks, Up to 1 target creature gets -1, -0 until end of turn. You know what? That's actually kind of cool. I can respect that. Just checking something real quick. There we go. Wanted to pull up the streams on YouTube and Twitch to make sure that things are going right, because I have upped the quality of my stream, because I noticed that it was kind of blurry because I downgraded it to 1280 by 720 for stream quality purposes, or rather stream stability purposes, back when I had my old PC, but I forgot to up it back up with my new PC, so just wanted to make sure everything was functioning properly. Next one is Aim Scientists. When this creature enters, it connives, and then basic land cycling. So that is going to be really powerful inside my my Green Goblin deck once I get that finished. I am Iron Man. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with a base power and toughness of 4/4 and gains flying, and you draw a card. That is going to be a staple inside the Iron Man deck for obvious reasons, not just the theme. More Alchemist Slayer bots. Depower. The spell 2 less to cast. If it's targets an attacking creature, target creature gets -4, -0 until end of turn and draw a card. I actually really enjoy that too. I know people rip on Universes Beyond, but personally, I find this this Marvel set, it's a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to like overall utility and whatnot. But honestly, there's a lot of things in here that like could be long-term ramifications for decks in the future. TVA Bureaucrat. Just I had to check to say if they made him look like Owen Wilson. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. Not bad. I like how, even though it's not Owen Wilson, it definitely is. The quote for it says, "Time is chaos. We supply order," which is a quote from Mobius. I don't know if that's a quote from the comics or not. I don't remember if he said that in Loki, but let's see. Aerial Doombot. Flying and power up 5 and water. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on this creature. You know, for a 1-drop 1/1, turning that into a 4/4 for 6 mana. 4/4 flying with for 6 mana. Not bad. See, okay, so, and this is another thing about the power-up abilities, is that you're getting a cheaper card. You're putting a cheaper card out, and then you're making it stronger instantaneously, literally at instant speed. Unless it says it's not at unless you said it's like sorcery speed. Practically like right off the bat, like you're putting something down and then you're increasing its overall value later on. So while some of the power-up abilities I've seen have been mixed bags of utility, some of them, like Aerial Doombot, considering that's a 1-drop, actually pretty good, because you could surprise an opponent real quick. This Cloaked Herald. This creature can't be blocked. Water, TVA Burgat, and Aerial Doombot. Okay, I'm going to keep one of the Doombots. That's going to go probably in my my Eggman deck. I'm going to keep one of the Alchemic Slayer bots. We have several of those. Oh, I hear my kitten on the other side of the door. Aim Scientist is staying in here. Interesting to see a blue insect, honestly. I'm looking at Ant-Man's Air Force, and like, considering the fact that most insects are usually red or green, it's very interesting to see a blue insect. those guys I'm going to put into my Iron Man deck. Stick those right there. I really hope that, like, Iron Man Modern Marvel isn't going to be like a major factor when I play cards with my friends either in just a couple days. Because I intend on finishing the Iron Man deck today, right? But Modern Iron Man Modern Marvel, that's a powerful card to not have in that deck. So I just hope it doesn't come back to bite me in the ass. Okay, pretty good. Next, I'm going to probably open up this one here, which is one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle packs. As you can see, there is a promo card in there. And I kind of want to see what that promo card is. The rest of it should be lands. Because as you can see, this one you can very clearly tell is lands. Oh, it's Shark Shredder. That guy. Sneak 3, which means if a creature is attacked and is not blocked, you can return that creature to the hand before damage to sneak this guy out to deal the damage. First strike, whenever Shark Shredder deals combat damage to a player, up to one target creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, it enters tapped and attacking that player. Oh. Also, I don't think I've seen this art. I think this is like a promo. Because the Shark Shredder that I've seen is different, I think. Oh, shoot. Just throw cards everywhere. Fun. I'm just comparing, because I don't remember seeing that art. Yeah, because that's the Shark Shredder I'm used to seeing. That's the Shark Shredder we got. That's kind of neat. Slide that in there. And like I said, the rest of them are just lands. It's like hollow lands, I believe. So, which are all really cool. I like the fact that you get some full art lands and some regular lands, and they're all hollow. Now, this one here should theoretically just be all non-holo lands, because that's usually how those bundle boxes work, is you get 40 lands total. Half of them are holographic and half of them are not. Yeah, and these ones are just the non-holo lands. So I'll just set those there. Okay, so we got through that. Next up, I'm going to open the bundle box, because I kind of want to use the bundle box to hold these cards. Don't just go flying everywhere. I was intending on getting another pre-release bundle, but sadly did not have the money for it. That's okay. I feel like we've got a ton of cards as it is. Always like the fact that they come with dice. I always like the dice. Yeah, I am opening a whole bunch of Marvel superheroes, Secrets of Strixhaven, Magic the Gathering pack. I'm bored, and I am trying to use my irresponsible purchasing for monetary value, I guess, to try and like recoup some of my losses. So I decided, I'm gonna pop on stream. I did this before, I think in October on my birthday, actually, October 27th, for the Spider-Man set, and it was a 6.5 hour long stream that got demonetized because of the music that I was playing. So decided not to play music this time, aside from the very beginning, and I was very careful about what music I chose. And we're just opening packs, seeing what rare cards we get. I already got one that's, according to eBay, worth anywhere from $35 to $50. So that's cool. I put that alongside my rare, my like alternate art sort of Feast and Famine from the Assassin's Creed set and my Soul Stone. So, like, I pulled that during the last live stream I did back on my birthday. And then I also have Traveling Chocobo, which is like a $25, $35 card. And then this guy, which is anywhere from 40 to 50 bucks. So, yeah, decided rather than play games today, I'm going to open Magic the Gathering cards and try to, you know, earn back some of the money that I spent on these. All right, so the promo card for the pre-release that I got is Zemo. I got Baron Helmut Zemo. I remember that a lot of people were excited for this card. Let's see here. Whenever you cast a black scale from your hand, Baron Zemo connives. Boast. Exile any number of black cards from your graveyard with 15 or more black mana symbols among the card costs. Copy those exiled cards. You may cast up to 3 of the copies without paying its mana cost. So I'm wondering, I have to look up the rules for that, but like if you're copying all the cards and you're only paying for, and you're only casting 3 without the mana, can you cast the rest for their actual mana? Because if so, that would be kind of cool. Probably not. It probably, once you exile them, they're gone and you can cast up to 3 of them. But I could see that being kind of fun to play around with. Gonna have to think about what kind of deck I would want to put Zemo in. All right. So I'm going to transfer all these cards that I have just opened over to the pre-release box so that way it can hold more. Put it on top of the actual pre-con deck. And we will start. See what we've got. Come on. All right. Also, I love these robot villain tokens for Ultron. Those tokens are really cool. Also, now that I'm thinking about it, I just realized that the a lot of the cards from the Final Fantasy set actually create hero tokens, which would pair very, very well with the Marvel superhero set and the Spider-Man set, which focus, well, Spider-Man, I guess, mostly focuses around spiders, but like the hero tokens would work really well with the superheroes from this set. I hadn't thought about that before, but now that I'm thinking about it, that would actually be a really good addition to try and find some of those swords. Let's see. First card, Agent of Atlas. Prowess. Whenever you cast an on-creature spell, this card gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay. Not the best, but definitely not the worst either. Knight of Woundagore. Cat Knight Villain. Trample. Whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This trigger is only once each turn. See, okay, that would be powerful if it wasn't for the limitation. If it wasn't for the limitation of it only triggers once each turn, that would immediately go inside my Toph deck. Like, without question, right off the bat, that would go right into my Toph artifact deck. Because as you're earthbending, you can just power this guy up too. The fact you can only do once a turn kind of limits its overall like utility. So, I mean, I'm sure it's probably still going to be useful, just not going to be as useful as I was expecting. But if your deck is around proliferation, I suppose that one limitation doesn't matter that much. And I do have to say that one of my 2 Toph artifact decks is based heavily around proliferation. So if I put that in there, I could see that would probably actually end up benefiting this card quite a bit because the proliferation effect can be continuous thanks to like card Bastion and such. This is a card I was hoping for my Iron Man deck. Stark Industries Executive. I need like 20 copies of this. And I might, because considering it's a common card, I might get 20 copies of this. It's like you tap it and pay 2 and you create a treasure token. That is so powerful. This is going in my Shadow deck. This might go inside my Eggman deck. This is definitely going into my Iron Man deck. This is going, I might put one of these in my Pirate deck because my Pirate deck's all about treasure tokens. I don't know. We're going to see. But like, this is bonkers. I am so happy. One of the first cards I open out of the Marvel set. And it's one of the cards that I really want. Actually, you know what? I'm going to separate that. I'm going to put that straight into the Iron Man deck. You guys want to see the Iron Man deck that I'm building? Let me know. Like I said, not all of the cards are here. There's still some cards that are on the way because they're proxied. But I've got most of them here. Let's see. Next one, Hour of Defeat. Destroy target creature, Surveil 1. Pretty standard for a black card. Giant size flying ant. When this creature enters, choose one. Tap target non-land permanent. Untap target non-land permanent. That could be fun. Again, not used to seeing insects in blue, but that's still good. Hydraulic Helper. That's another one that's going in the Iron Man deck. It's dummy. It's just dummy. I like the fact that it's Defender because it's not really supposed to attack, and it's just basically a mana dork. It's a 2/3 mana dork for 2 mana. That's meant to cast. That's meant to cast artifact spells exclusively. And since a good majority of my Iron Man deck is artifacts, like a vast majority of it, pretty good. Undercover Scroll. As long as there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard, this creature gets +2/+2 and is all creature types. And it is a mana dork. That's pretty good, actually. Mr. Hyde, Monster Within. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose one. Put a +1/+1 counter on Mr. Hyde. Remove a counter from a creature you control if you do draw a card. Oh. I have plans for you. I have real good plans for you. I'm going to separate the cards that I want to keep. I imagine I'll get more copies later. Let's see. Super Villain Lockup. Flash. When this enchantment enters, exile target. Oh, okay. So it's just one of those. Okay. There's so many of these. There's so many cards with this exact same effect, except this one actually has Flash. So that one actually has a bit more utility, and it's a little bit cheaper than some of the ones that I've seen. But that's just, there's so many. Ronin Shadow Stalker, which is, you know, obviously Hawkeye in the MCU. Pay 2 life, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana to only cast equipment spells or activate equip abilities. Okay, that's interesting. Curious. Tap this and sacrifice an equipment attached to Ronin. Target creature gets a -4, -4 on the turn. That would be really good at a deck that is capable of recycling the equipment. That's capable of bringing the equipment back. Maybe put this into a deck that has earthbending and earthbend the equipment, equip the equipment to a creature, to Ronin specifically, sacrifice the equipment, the earthbending effect kicks in and it brings the equipment back. Like, I could see Ronin being useful in certain situations. Not sure how exactly to use him at this moment, but give me time and I'll probably figure it out. Gleaming Bastion, which I like. It's basically Shield headquarters. But if I do use it, it's probably going into the Avengers Assemble deck. And I think that they already have that in there. So Quicksilver, Brash Blur. If Quicksilver Brash Blur is in your opening hand, you may begin with him on the battlefield, which is a somewhat unique ability. I think only like ley lines have that kind of ability. It has haste and power up 5, put a +1/+1 counter and a double strike counter on Quicksilver. I mean, the 5 mana for both a slight increase in power and the double strike. I guess I can see how that would be worthwhile. Plus, also he's got a lot of he's got haste, and I kind of wish he had flash, but that might make him too powerful for a 1-drop. He's only 1 mana, so like I guess I could see why that wouldn't happen. And then the final one is Trickster's Stratagem. The owner of target creature an opponent controls puts it on into their library, second from the top or on the bottom. Then up to 1 target creature you control connives. Interesting. That's a good way of like removing a creature. I don't. It doesn't say that it's their choice on where to put it. So I'm guessing you get to choose where it goes. Okay. I can see a couple of things for that. And the conniving thing definitely allows me to see how it will work very well inside the Green Goblin deck. So, and then of course, got a basic mountain. So I'm going to keep that one there. Quicksilver, I will put aside. I'm sure I'll get more of those. Sure, I'll put Fill and Lock Up aside. The rest of that is going in the bulk box. All right. Up, I'll open another one of these, and then I'm gonna open a Strixhaven's pack, and we'll just bounce around because I've got like I think like 7 or 8 Strixhaven packs. I've got multiple jumpstart boosters. I also have like the beginner box here, plus like 4 or 5 separate jumpstart boosters, and then a couple Lorwin Eclipse packs, and bonkers number of Marvel packs. As is to be expected, considering the fact that that's the most recent set, and that's the one I'm most excited for. Okay, first one is Deep Power. We saw that earlier. Web Up, which is another Spider-Man card. I like the fact that they continue with the Spider-Man cards. I know I've always said that the Spider-Man set was designed to be an expansion pack. Yeah, they had a lot of garbage card in there. Yeah, there are plenty of cards that ended up like not really working out the way they were supposed to, I feel like. Yes, there was plenty of opportunities that they could have done for other things. But at the end of the day, the Spider-Man set had some really powerful cards, not just the Soul Stone. You know, we had Wisecrack, which is one of my this is right here one of my favorite of the Spider-Man cards, which is a target creature deals damage equal to its power to itself. If that creature is attacking, Wisecrack also deals 2 damage to a creature's controller. That is a really useful card. Obviously, the Soul Stone's pretty useful too. You also have there's a Sandman card that's really powerful. I really like the Amazing Spider-Man, the transforming Amazing Spider-Man, giving all creatures, all legendary creatures, red, white, and green for web slinging. So you can return a creature to your hand and play another creature that might be stronger than it. It's basically an ninjutsu. Like, I like a lot of the Spider-Man cards. There are plenty that didn't need to exist. City Pigeon did not need to exist. The Bagel and Schmear is funny, but it did not need to exist. Hot Dog Cart is funny. That one actually has a little bit of utility because if I remember correctly, that generates a food token. But again, it's basically a mana rock that did not necessarily need to exist. So that there are plenty of things in the Spider-Man set that are thematically appropriate for Spider-Man, but not necessary to actually play the game of Magic the Gathering. So I understand people's problem with the Spider-Man set, but as seeing it from a casual player, someone who got into the game because of Universes Beyond, because my friend gave me an Optimus Prime card, and I kind of just expanded on that. I love Universes Beyond because it gives some out of the box thinking compared to some of the in-universe stuff. The in-universe stuff, obviously, it's trying to fit the theme of the universe is based around, right? The different realms have different ways of doing it. Like this, I love the Strixhaven set because of the prepared mechanic. I doubt you're going to see the prepared mechanic outside of that. The only exception to that will probably be the warp mechanic, which was introduced in Edges of Eternity. That has to be returning for the Star Trek set. I can't imagine it's not. But there are certain parts that I just feel like the Universes Beyond sets allow you to do things that you're not really expecting to have done in the in-universe sets. And I think that's also one reason why like I like the fact that they have the Omen Path set. And I think if Magic was smart, they would release more sets like that, where like you have not specifically on digital either, like through the Omen Paths, which is the digital version of the Spider-Man set, could be also released as physical cards. So people who want to use the Spider-Man cards, because there are some good ones in there, but don't want Spider-Man in their deck, they want an in-universe thing, they could use the Omen Path cards instead. I think that Magic is missing a bit of opportunity there to be able to make some additional money by printing cards for in-universe versions of the set. And I know that Omen Path is like the only one that's really doing this, but like they should think about trying to make some in-universe equivalents of the Universes Beyond cards, because I think that would probably make some of the in-universe people a little happier. Not all of them. There are going to be some rigid individuals in the community that are going to be like, no, don't do Universes Beyond, don't reskin Universes Beyond. But I feel like there are going to be some people who are literally just on the thing like, I just don't want to see the Thing. I just don't want to see Iron Man. I just don't want to see Transformers. I just don't want to see Sonic the Hedgehog in my Magic game. And I feel like that's a valid thing. So like if they like the card but don't like who is on the card, change the card. Make it an in-universe card like Omen Path. All right, next card is Web Up. When this enchantment enters, exile target permanent. Okay, yep. So just like the other one, except it's one more expensive and it's does not have flash. That would make the supervillain prison one more valuable, in my opinion. Giant Growth. That one's a pretty common one. Hawkeye's Bow. That is going to be the nasty one. That is the one that I know a lot of people really were talking about because of the way this works. I want this into what is the deck? Where's Mana Box? There's one particular deck I want to put this in. I call it my Is It Strike deck. The Grissom Starn deck. The Grissom Starn Kalamorpher. Put this in there, deal 1 damage to an opponent. Grissom Starn deals 2 additional damage to it. The Ninja of the Hand to go alongside Ninja of the Foot. Or Foot Ninjas, I guess, from the Ninja Turtle one. Death Touch and Power Up 4 and a black. Each opponent discards a card. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay. I could see that working. Hang on. Let me get some water. Kunlun Warrior. When this creature enters, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Some utility for that. Vibranium Energy Daggers. Indestructible. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. For only 1 mana and only costs 3 equip. I like that. I like that a lot. White Widow, a free agent. Interesting that White Widow is a villain. especially considering Thunderbolts. But I guess most of the Thunderbolts are technically villains. They're just reformed villains. When White Widow enters, choose one. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to each of 2 target creatures, or return a target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh. Kind of wish it was 3 instead, or what we call it, a 3-drop instead of a 4-drop, but that is useful. Team Tactics. Teamwork 1. As an additional cost of the spell, you may tap any number of creatures with you control with a total power of 1 or more. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. If this spell was cast using Teamwork, that creature also gains trample. Let's just annihilate everybody, okay? Let's just... Goodness gracious. Titania, Rugged Rumbler. As an additional cost of the spell, discard a card or pay 2. Ward, discard a card or pay 2. Okay, so it forces your opponent to do the same thing that you had to do to bring her in. Curious. But considering the fact that if you discard a card, it's only 3 mana for a 5/5 that has Ward 2 or discard a card, is... That's a good card. I could see that being a very good card. Oh, the other Spider-Woman. So I have the Spider-Woman from the Spider-Man set. Where is she? I don't know if I can find her in the cards that I have sitting right here that are meant for like specific decks. All right, Eternity Elevator. I forgot about that card. Oh, wait. I know where she is. She's in my very poorly created Marvel deck that I made when the Spider-Man set came out. There she is. I got that one. That's the original one. The new one actually adds Spy to the list of cards. The original one is powerful too. For only either a white or a blue and a generic, it's like flying and an artifact and creature your opponent controls enter tapped. Like that's what I'm saying. Is that for a 2/2 flyer that has that ability to control your opponent's abilities to like activate things first turn, like haste doesn't matter. It's coming in tapped anyway. Like this is a pretty powerful card that came in the Spider-Man set. Like that's what I'm saying is that like the Spider-Man cards had some good cards. They just got a lot of hate because they were Spider-Man, and there was some questionable decisions for some of the cards. Not all of them, but some of them. Okay, so the new Spider-Woman says she has Flash. It's always fun. When Spider-Woman enters, tap target creature an opponent controls. That creature can't become untapped for as long as you control Spider-Woman. So even if you have an effect that can untap it, she prevents that. Straight up. Taskmaster, Merciless Mimic. I like that arc. They cooked on the art of a lot of these Marvel superhero cards. Photographic reflexes. At the beginning of your first main phase until your next turn, Taskmaster becomes a copy of the one creature on the battlefield or a creature card in the graveyard, except its name is Taskmaster, a mercenary mimic, and he's a legendary human mercenary villain character. Okay. I like mimic characters. That could be really fun in a large number of decks. Hell, that could be fun as a task. I could see Taskmaster being a very popular commander. I could see Taskmaster proving to be a very powerful commander if you create a deck that allows him to just copy things. Burrow Backup. Sorcery. Create 2 3/2 white hero creature tokens with vigilance. That is a powerful card. Holy crap. Wow. And then Asgardian Citadel. Again, art on these cards is like amazing. And then they gave me a generic creature token thing, which is kind of cool. All right, those guys go to the bulk. Let's go with Strixhaven next. Just checking on the streams real quick, making sure everything is going well. Good, good, good. Okay, cool. Come on. Is super glue this one to chat? There we go. Ooh, that's a pretty treasure token. I like that treasure token. All right. Master for Flourish. Target creature gets you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Yes. I already know what deck that's going in. I know it's like 3 decks that one could go in. First one though, gonna be my Indoraptor deck. I am looking forward to getting that deck started. Chase Inspiration. Target creature you control gains +3 or +0/+3 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Wow, okay, we're just giving me power-up cards right off the bat. Honor-bound Page. First strike, and this creature enters prepared, and its prepared spell is Forum's Favor. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. Again, a power-up. I love the prepared cards. I need to build a Strixhaven like set around the prepared cards because I feel like that would be really fun. Especially, I know that there's like at least a couple of things that can prepare or unprepare creatures. So I'm kind of wanting to figure out how to build a Strixhaven deck because I think that would be a lot of fun. Oracle's Restoration. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You draw a card and gain 1 life. So many instant sorcery power-ups. Holy crap. Orc Sorcerer, Trample, Opus. Whenever you cast a spell or a sorcery, instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. If 5 or more mana was cast to spend that spell, put 2 of them on there instead. Oh, that'll be fun inside my firebending deck. There is one card that I'm looking for. There's actually multiple cards in the Marvel set that I'm looking for. I'm looking for Iron Man Tony Stark, which is different from the Transforming Iron Man. Transforming Iron Man is red-blue. Iron Man Tony Stark is literally just red. It's just mono red. And it has an ability where every time you cast a red spell, you create a 2/2 red robot hero creature token. And I have decided that he's one of the best commanders for firebending. So I plan on doing my best to... Oh, my alerts finally work. Thank you for the subscription, McKeg 420. Appreciate that. Finally managed to get my alert box to work, although it didn't say that you subscribed, it just said your name, so I have to try and fix that. But anyway, at least the alert boxes finally work. But yeah, so I plan on making Iron Man Tony Stark, which is a mono red card, my firebending commander, and I've got so many like fun things in that deck. I've got let me see, where is there it is. It's still a work in progress. There's still some things I'm weeding out. but like let's see here. Like in addition to Iron Man Tony Stark being able to generate the 2/2 robots, I also, got General Crete, the Bolt Bringer, to generate some 1/1 goblins. Let's see, what's the other one? Kratos God of War is in here, obviously, because why not? I feel like Kratos is a very powerful card to put inside a deck that focuses around generating mana while attacking. Didn't realize I had 2 Italis in this deck. Oopsies. I'm gonna have to take that out. Yeah, there's just a lot of interesting things that I plan on doing with this this red fire deck. Whether it be from exiling cards and then summoning them from exile. I was hoping that I could find the Karlach card that I proxied, but it's fine. Oh, and yeah, and that's another one that the Spider-Man set did right. Like Electro Assault Battery. Like you put that in a firebending deck and Electro is just going to pop off. Originally, Iroh Dragon of the West was supposed to be the commander, but now Iron Man Tony Stark is going to take over as the commander of my red deck. And I suspect that this deck is going to prove to be exceptionally nasty, because I know a lot of people make fun of red for having very poor like mana generation, but the firebending with creatures that can keep that firebending mana sticking around, that changes things a little bit. I'm gonna put Tackle Orc in there. Okay, what else are we doing? Terrafractal. I've gotten a couple of these. I'm still trying to figure out how to use him. Creature gets enters with X+1/+1 counters on it. It enters gaining 2 life. I'm thinking about putting this into a deck that I'm building around Me the Immortal from the Doctor Who set, because she's a +1/+1 counter fiend. Because unless if she gets goes to the graveyard or the command zone, she does not lose her counters when you summon her back. If she had 20 +1/+1 counters on her, she comes back with 20 +1/+1 counters. She doesn't lose the counters unless she goes to your hand or to the deck. But if she's going to exile, graveyard, or command zone, she keeps the counters. So she's kind of a nasty card. I think Terrafractal might do well in that. Let's see. Pursue the Past. You gain 2 life. You may discard a card if you do draw a card, and then flashback. Red, white. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. Soaring Stone Glider. As an additional cost to this spell, exile 2 cards from your graveyard or pay 1 and a white. Flying and Vigilance. It's already 3. So that'd be 5 mana, if you didn't want to exile, for a Flying Vigilance 4/3. I suppose that's good. And if you got like deck synergy stuff, or you choose to like send your commander to the graveyard and then exile it to send it back to the command zone, I suppose that would work too. There's some utility there. What's this? Rapturous Moment. Draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards, and then add 2 blue and 3 red mana. Woo! So you're paying 6 and gaining 5 plus an additional card as long as you're willing to lose 2 cards. That's going in my Green Goblin deck. 120% that's going into my Green Goblin deck. Poisoner's Apprentice. There we go. Infusion. When this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -4/-4 until end of turn if you gained life this turn. I could see that possibly working inside a a black-white deck that I'm planning on doing based around Astarion as the commander. I have so many ideas and so many thoughts in my head about what decks I want to build. It's not even funny. Jadzi, Steward of Fate. Jadzi enters prepared. When Jadzi enters, draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. And then the prepared spell is Oracle's Gift. Create X 0/0 green and blue fractal creature tokens, then put X +1/+1 counters on each fractal you control. So minimum, it's Jesus Christ, it's so many. It's so powerful. That prepared spell, Oracle's Gift. Imagine if you had that and Oracle and the actual Oracle's Gift card in your deck. And then Stargaze. Ooh, that's a pretty good art. Look at twice X at the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose X life. Oh, that definitely could be a double-edged sword. If it didn't cost you life, I would probably use that, but I don't usually like going for cards that cost me life if it's a massive amount of life, unless I know it's going to be a life gain deck. And then the land is Deathcap Glade. It's a very pretty land. It's a rainbow card too. And then Full Art Mountain. Overall, I could see Stargaze actually working very well inside that Astarion deck, because Astarion gains you twice the life that you would normally gain. So I could see that actually working out very well in that deck. It just, when I read that, it took me off guard real quick. I was not expecting it. All right, so now I'm going to open one of the Jumpstart boosters. I know that I'm going to get some lands in here alongside 10 cards of a specific color. I'm hoping that color is either red or blue. If it's red, I have a chance of getting Iron Man Tony Stark, which is the only Iron Man card that's not going in my Iron Man deck. And if it's blue, that means there's a good chance I'm getting more cards for said red-blue Iron Man deck. It says Scarlet, so it's red. There we go. Just had to find the part to grab to open it. More Stark Industries executives. Yes, please. Loki Lofison. Let's see here. Tap 1 and when you next cast an instant or sorcery spell with a mana value less than or equal to Loki's power this turn, copy it, and you may choose new targets for that copy. And then you could power it up. That, I'm gonna have to start rethinking this Iron Man Tony Stark deck, because I already have it planned out with what cards I want to put in there, but I'm gonna have to start thinking things out. I might take Kratos out and use Kratos, because there is a specific card I want for Kratos God of War, and that is Ares God of War. Irony, I know, I get that, but the thing is, Kratos forces everybody to attack, right? Like, Kratos gives every creature haste, and you take damage for the number of creatures you don't attack with. So that means every character has to attack. Every single creature you control and your opponent controls has to attack, or they take damage too. Ares returns creatures that die in battle that you control to the battlefield. So that means that, like, if you attack with all the creatures and some of them end up dying, Ares protects them by bringing them back to the battlefield at the end of the turn. And I don't think they come in tapped. I think they come in, like, regular. So that means you could attack with them, and essentially you're getting free vigilance or like a free reconnaissance. Okay, let's see. Speed, Young Avenger. Haste, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay 1. When you do, target creature with haste can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. Okay. I like that. I could actually see that for like Young Flash or something like that if they did a DC crossover. That would go really well inside my my Shadow the Hedgehog deck. That's probably where it's going to go because I mean, the Shadow the Hedgehog deck is about 2 things. 1, haste, and 2, treasures. So I feel like it'd be pretty easy to activate speed really quickly in that deck. Scarlet Witch and Vision. Flying, whenever you cast a spell, add red and put a +1/+1 counter on Vision and Scarlet Witch. That one also is going into my red deck. I think it's going into a couple of decks. I need that. I need to put that in the Avengers Assemble deck too, because that I'm replacing a couple of cards in that deck with some of the other ones. Molten Lavamancer. Prowess, so it gains +1/+1 whenever you cast a non-creature spell. When a source you control deals non-combat damage to 1 or more opponents during your turn, create a 1/1 red element creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. I could see that going into my Grease and Starn Kelmorpher deck once I start getting that prepared. Wiccan, Young Avenger. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, exile the top card of your library until your next end step. You may play that card. So that means you can do that on an opponent's turn too, because it does not specifically state you can't. You play an instant spell. Got another Kree Sentinel. We already know what that one's like. Another Lightning Bolt. Or no, I had Lightning Strike before. This is Lightning Bolt. Again, really like that card art. Vision of Love. You may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Grape Shot. Grape Shot deals 1 damage to any target, and then it has Storm. That is going in my Grease and Starn deck. X Magic. Exile all cards from your hand, then draw that many cards until your next turn. You may play cards exiled this way. Okay. Like that. I like that a lot. Wanda's Vision. Whenever you cast your second spell this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Rip to any lands you end up exiling that way. Those ones always are funny because like I kind of wish that it would allow you to, like, if you exiled a land card, put it down to the bottom of your library or something, so you don't end up like nuking yourself. I wish there were more cards like that. That's a cool Thriving Bluff. I really that's the other reason why I really like these these jumpstart boosters, is I like the art for the, or I like the Thriving cards specifically because it allows you to choose what the other card is. So these are modular cards for a variety of different decks. Ooh, speaking of Iron Man, that's a really, really cool card. That's a really cool mountain. I think that's supposed to be Iron Lad, technically, but Iron Lad's just a variant of Iron Man. And then, of course, a whole bunch of mountains, which is to be expected. Let's go with another regular. Marvel pack. I am really hoping I get at least one Ultron Artificial Malevolence, because I have need of 5 or 6 of those cards. I want to build 3 different types of Ultron decks. One that's artifact that's artifact exclusive and colorless. one that is mono black and one that's black and blue for each of the Ultrons. And then I also need one for my Iron Man deck and one for my what's it? Eggman deck. All right, so first thing is AIM Scientist, which we saw earlier. Kind of cool. Shield Spy Kit. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever an equipped creature attacks alone, untap it and scry 1. Okay. I'm not usually a big attack alone as a theme sort of guy. Usually if I attack alone, it's because of the fact that I've got a board state that allows me to feel comfortable with attacking alone. But I'm slowly starting to come around to the idea of making a deck that allows me to do like single attackers. Rapid Rescue. Mill 2 cards. You may put a permanent card from among the milled cards into your hand. You gain 2 life. Okay. Another Kree Sentinel. Unliving Legionnaire. Flying and power up 7. Return up to 1 target creature from your graveyard to your hand. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. Okay. I'm starting to see a lot of utility for the power-ups. That's one of the ones that I feel like is kind of expensive. I mean, yes, you're getting 2 +1/+1 counters, and you're getting a graveyard return. And that would make this a 5/4 rather than a 3/2. So I see the utility for it, but 7 mana is a lot. But that is a lot of effects. So we got another Trickster's Stratagem. Really only need one of those right now. Powerful Broker. For each kind of counter a target permanent on a target player, give that another counter of that kind. So basically it's a proliferation, but it's a forced proliferation. And it's only for one thing. I still think that that's pretty good because you could do that every single turn. So I do like that. It's a single target proliferation. Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. Reach whenever one or more tokens you control enters, you may draw a card. So that's 2 of the 4 Fantastic Four. Ooh, that's a cool full art. Abomination Terrifying Titan. Trample and power up 7. Put a +1/+1 counter on Abomination. He fights up to 1 creature an opponent controls. Okay, so that one is not so great. I mean, yes, it's done at instant speed, but there are plenty, absolutely, I can't even count how many, like, fight mechanic instants that allow you to do something similar to this. Yes, he has trample, but like I feel like 7 mana just to get a single +1/+1 counter and a fight when there are plenty of one fight mechanic cards out there that are 1 or 2 mana. That is one of those power-up abilities that I feel like genuinely isn't good. If that was giving you 2 to 3 +1/+1 counters, or it gave him an ability for until end of turn, anytime he gets damage dealt to him, then you would put +1/+1 counters on him. Then I could see it. Then I could see the vision. But 7 mana for that. 7 mana for that power-up ability is not great. Cool art. But I feel like there are definitely better ways to be able to do the exact same effect. Hell, in almost every deck that I make, I do Andril Narsil Reforged, which actually I have proxy cards for that. Let's see, I've got an entire stack of proxy cards here. And I did some digging for Marvel to find out what I could do in terms of a proxy card for Andril Narsil Reforged, which is from the Lord of the Rings set. And the one I came up with was Sword of Might. See, here's the thing. Whenever the equipped creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. If you have the City's Blessing, put 2 +1/+1 counters on each creature you control instead. Like, this one equipment does significantly more than what Abomination Terrifying Titan does. And it only costs 2, and it costs 3 to equip. And again, the fight mechanic is so common at 1 mana, at 1 to 2 mana, that like Abomination is just kind of like sad, if I'm going to be honest. It's kind of sort of disappointing. And by the way, yes, Sword of Might is actually a card, or it's not a card. It's a sword, a real sword in Marvel. It's basically based around like King Arthur's sword or something along those lines. It's how they determined Captain Britain, which is the reason why I decided to make that card Captain Carter, because I love Captain Carter, and I'm kind of disappointed they don't have Captain Carter in the set. Plenty of Captain Americas, but they could have easily made one of those Captain Americas Captain Carter. In fact, I did a proxy of Captain America Unbowed, which is from, I think, the Heroes United scene box, and I did that for Captain Carter Undaunted, because, again, they should have had Captain Carter in here. See? I think it fits. I think it fits. Let's get those proxies put away and we can continue on. I saw that they had Villainous Hideout, which is one of the lands in next inside this booster pack. All right, so Villainous Hideout. Add a colorless mana, add 1 mana of any color, spell this only to cast a villain spell or to activate ability on villain sources. So very similar to Ally Encampment and all those other ones, except for villains. And then tap 3 and target villain you control connives. Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. Got another Human Torch, Johnny Storm. Ooh, the Transforming She-Hulk. Okay, Jennifer Walters. Legendary creature, human advisor. Your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. Right there, that is a lockout. I love it. And then you transform her for 6. Becomes a sensational She-Hulk. Reach and trample. Your opponent can't cast spells on your turn. Whenever a creature you control is dealt damage, you may have sensational She-Hulk deal that much damage to any target. That is so powerful. I love her. I love her so much. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun with her. I've got to find a deck for her. She might end up going inside my my Tifa deck that I'm building. Political Triumph. Whenever a creature you control enters, scry 1 and put a plan counter on this. When the 4th plan counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice it, draw a card, and put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. I like that, especially for 1 white mana. Interesting that it's 1 white mana for freaking Kingpin, but you know, it is what it is. And then that, and then an insect, a green insect, or a soldier token. Nice. I'm slightly disappointed that some of the island arts, or some of the arts for the things in general, don't feature any what is it called? Any scenes in New York City. Now, I mean, Spider-Man had a lot of almost all his arts were New York City scenes, so I suppose I can't be too upset about it. But I was kind of hoping to see some New York City art to go inside the Iron Man deck that I'm building, since I'm trying to theme it around Iron Man. Now, let's do another Strixhaven. If I had fun with that first Strixhaven. There. These spirit tokens from the Strixhaven set are really fun. They remind me of like the Chinese dog statues. All right, so Ascendant Dust Speaker. It's rare that you see a white orc, but you know, different realms, different rules. Flying, this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on another creature you control at the beginning of combat on your turn. Exile one target card from a graveyard. Okay. I was gonna say from your graveyard. Why that seems like sabotage every time you attack. Never mind. I take it back. Adventurous Eater. This creature enters prepared and have a bite. Put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature. You gain 1 life. I really like that. I really like that a lot. Rancorous Archaic. Triple Reach Converge. This creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. So that could get stupid powerful real quick if you're running a deck that's like rainbow colored. Wooburg. Got another Tackle Artist. Studious First Year. It's a bear. Makes me want to make a bear deck. This creature enters prepared and Rampant Growth. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it on the battlefield tap and then shuffle. That is a really good card. Definitely want to make a bear deck. Elemental Mascot. Flying and Vigilance. Opus. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If 5 or more mana was meant to cast that spell, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until the end of your next turn. Oh, until the end of your next turn. So that means that you've got 2 full turns to play it if you're playing it on your turn, but only 1 turn to play it if you're playing it on if you like did it on your opponent's turn. Curious. Pest Mascot. Trample. When you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Killian's Conference. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn and draw a card. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deals combat damage to a player, you may pay white or black. When you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Jesus. Okay. I love it. I love it. Blazing Fire Singer. When this creature enters prepared and you get Seething Song. I already have one of those, but I'm happy to take another one. Prismari Charm. Choose 1. Surveil 2, then draw a card. Prismari Charm deals 1 damage to each of 1 or 2 targets, or return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Really good. Joined Researchers. Pride Month is over with, but we celebrate every year. We celebrate every day of the year. I love it. First strike. At the beginning of each end step, if an opponent has more cards in your hand than you, this creature becomes prepared. You and target opponent each draw 3 cards. Okay. Group Hug tactic. I might put that into my my postman deck. Where is my postman? Willie Lumpkin. There it is. Joined researchers. Awesome. And then Brain Freeze. I love these arts. I love the Strixhaven art. Target player mills 3 cards, and then Storm. Ooh. Spellbook Seeker. This creature enters prepared. Draw 2 cards, and then discard 2 cards. Okay. Nothing traumatically special about that. But I could see some use coming from it. Sounds like fun. Gotta say, Strixhaven has been one of my favorite in-universe sets in a while. I've only been playing Magic the Gathering for like a year and a half now, but Strixhaven has very quickly become one of my favorite sets. There's just so much utility, so much fun behind those sets. The only downside, I think, to the prepared sets is that there isn't enough support for them yet. Now, obviously, if we go back to Strixhaven for a third time, because I think there's been 2 sets for Strixhaven, but this is the first one that has the prepared skills. We might get more support. And as Universes Beyond expands, I could see prepared being used for Star Trek, honestly. Because, I mean, Star Trek's about studying things, right? It's about like exploring and studying things. So I could see them potentially using some of the prepared mechanics for Star Trek. I think that would be actually really good use. Combine the prepared mechanics with the warp mechanics in the Star Trek set, and I feel like you've got something that actually feels like Star Trek. That being said, I don't think we're going to do that. I don't think they're going to go with that route, but it would be kind of neat if they did. But unless we get back to Strixhaven, I don't think there are going to be any other sets that are going to be able to give us some value for the prepared mechanics. I kind of wish that there was, or that the prepared mechanics could be listed as a mechanic that could be activated by other effects that originally weren't meant for prepared. But as it stands right now, it's like kind of limited just to Strixhaven, and that concerns me a little bit. Because it makes me wonder, like, are we actually going to be getting anything that could amplify the prepared sets? Field Soldier token or a Villain token. Right. Starting off with Aim Scientist. Hero in Training. When this creature enters, draw a card. If you control another hero, you gain 2 life. I like that. Kind of, in my opinion, a little expensive at 3, but it is a 2/2, so you know there's plenty of support for heroes, so that works. Decoy Ploy. Choose one or both. Target villain return target villain card from your graveyard to your hand. Return target hero card from your graveyard to your hand. So either one. That's fun. Kree Commandos. Interesting to see a white card for villain, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. Flying and Vigilance and Prowess. I don't think I'm going to be using that, but I think someone else might be able to. Atlantean Cavalry. When you draw your second card each turn, put on the +1 counter on this creature. Okay. I already have a couple cards like that already. Rapid Rescue. Mill 2 cards. You may put a... Oh, right. We already got that one. Crimson Operative. I wonder if that's supposed to be Crimson Dynamo. And for whatever reason they weren't able to use Dynamo. I don't know. Prowess. Whenever this creature enters, exile the top card of your library until your next turn. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Very nice, very nice. Because it gives you 2 turns on your turn. Shuri Wakandan Inventor, which is going into my Iron Man deck. Artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. You tap 1 and target artifact you control becomes a copy of a second artifact you control until end of turn, except it isn't legendary. That is going in here. I was looking for that one. I was really hoping I'd get that one. War Machine, Legacy of Iron. This annoys me a little bit because War Machine is red-white, which means I can't put him in my commander deck. I can't put him in my Iron Man commander deck because he's red-white. If he was red-blue or just mono-red, I could do it, but I couldn't do it now because he's red-white. And Tony Stark / Iron Man is red-blue. Annoying. Flying, at the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets X0 until at the turn where X is War Machine's power. This is going inside my Avengers Assemble deck, because I think the only mono red War Machine, which is I forget what it's called, but like I believe that one is inside the Avengers Assemble deck that I've got sitting right here. So I might swap those. I might put War Machine Legacy of Iron in there and put the what is it? Avenger or something like that. I forget what the other one is. The other War Machine, the mono red one. I might put that one, take that one out and put it inside my Iron Man deck. It doesn't really work very well in the Iron Man deck, but I want War Machine in there. And there's 3 War Machines, but 2 of them are a different color and white, which annoys me. She-Hulk, Jade Defender. Reach and Trample, power up 6. Destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. Put a +1/+1 counter on She-Hulk. Okay, so that's another one. It's really expensive for something that other things can do. Like 6 mana just to get a +1/+1 counter and to destroy up to 1 artifact or enchantment is expensive as hell. I get that it makes She-Hulk a 5/5 with reach and trample, but I feel like other effects would be better at doing that exact same thing. You might need 2 different cards for it, but those 2 cards would probably be cheaper than 6 mana. So I'm going to keep her. I'm not going to put her in the bulk box, but I feel like there's some utility that's missing there. If that was the same price as her, if that was 4 mana, I could see it working. For 6, you're going to have a lot of mana, but I mean, like, it is green. Green does typically have a lot of mana floating around, but even still. Madam Mask. When Madam Mask enters, she connives. Whenever you draw your second card this turn, create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. That's fun. I like that. Ooh, another Taskmaster. I'll keep that one too. Hulk Smash. Teamwork 4. It's a basically Convoke, but using up to 4 of their power. Choose 1. If this spell was cast using Teamwork, choose both instead. Destroy target non-creature artifact. Destroy target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature your opponent controls. That's fun. And then we got Aim Labs. Let's go with another one of the Jumpstart boosters. Last time we had red. Let's see what we get this time. This time we got black. So I expect a decent number of villainous acts to happen here. Although we have encountered some things that have like bucked the trends, like white scroll villains and black rogue heroes. So who knows what they're gonna pop up with. personally hoping for a Doctor Doom. I know that I'm probably not going to get the Doctor Doom that's in the Doctor Doom deck. The likelihood of that happening is very small. That's probably exclusive to that deck. But it'd be kind of nice if it got something similar. Also, typically speaking, these booster packs don't usually have multicolored cards. Sometimes they do, but not always. All right. Mach 1, Swooping Scoundrel. That's a cool card. That's a really cool helmet. It reminds me of a couple of helmets from Star Wars: The Old Republic. Flying. When Mach 1 enters and whenever you gain life, surveil 1. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay. Okay. Songbird Sonic Screamer. Lifelink. Discard a card. Songbird gains flying until end of turn. Very good to go alongside Green Goblin. Pixo. Techner Terror. Pay 2 life, draw a card. Activate only if an artifact entered under your control this turn. I'll keep him. I'm sure I could figure out something to do with him that is somewhat limited on what I can do, though. Valentina Allegra de Fontaine. Other villains you control are heroes in addition to their other types. What? Target hero you control connives. Oh, that's so much fun. Oh, I take it back. I guess I do have some dual colored creatures in these. Atlas, sizable stooge. Reach, and whenever Atlas attacks or blocks, you gain 1 life for each creature you control with a power of 4 or greater. I love that, and it's a 5/4 already. Moonstone, Harsh Mistress. Flying. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from the graveyard. If you do, until end of turn, next turn, you may play that card. So that would almost be a supplement to the Green Goblin deck. But also, it could do pretty well in most black decks. Roxanne Brutes, or Roxanne Brutes, excuse me. Menace, and whenever you draw your second card this turn, play a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and basic land cycling. So if it's too expensive to play right now, get rid of that. Oh, another Zemo card. Citizen V, Helmut Zemo. Lifelink, and whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each villain you control. Jesus Christ. That is powerful. That must be Obadiah Stane. That must be the comic version of Stane in the background. Stolen Stark Tech. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Target creature gets +1/+0. Considering it has flash, I'm not surprised, and it's so cheap, I'm not surprised that it's not better. Oh, we got Eerie Gravestone again from the Spider-Man set. I mean, it's not exclusively from Spider-Man set, but this particular art from Spider-Man. Sorry. When this artifact enters, draw cards, sacrifice this artifact, mill 4 cards. You may play a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Cruel Alliance. Teamwork 2. Exile target creature with a mana value or 3 or less. If this spell was cast using Teamwork instead, exile target creature and you gain 3 life. So it doesn't say that it's still 3 or less if you do Teamwork. It just says exile target creature, which means you can get rid of any creature. Kind of like that. And Teamwork 2, that's easy to do. That's super easy to do. That's just straight up is an exile, a 3-drop exile card with also 3 life gain. Void Helix. Void Helix deals 5 damage to any target, and you gain 5 life. That is a lot of mana for a lot of life gain. Driving more, of course, and then you get swamps. Decent number of swamps, including this one. Just pretty nice art. I need to find a bulk box for my lands. All right, I think I'm actually going to crack open the beginner box because my the box that I'm currently using from the pre-release is starting to get full. Very least, I need the lid off of this. Use the lid. Ooh. A bunch of tokens they give us. Iron Man there. This looks a little different than the Avatar beginner box I got for Christmas. Got some tokens. Different kinds of tokens. Myself another D20. I love D20s. Ooh, that one's kind of pretty. A marbled texture. Really don't care about any of the books. I'm not really using this for its intended purpose. The mats, on the other hand, will come in handy. I am going to be trying to teach my friend how to play. Oh, there's another D20. I got two D20s. That one just as cool, just red instead of yellow. So let's see. Put those on top of my graphics card box. Pop these open and see what they say. Have good spots for the art boxes. I'll just put those right there and pray it doesn't collapse. If it collapses, it's taking out my microphone. That would not be good. I'll open them here in a little bit. Just get them out of the way. So this is the Iron Man deck that I'm opening first, which is the one that I'm kind of more interested in because while I have plans for a Captain America deck, most of that is going to be from, the pre-con. Come on, there we go. Say open, damn it. All right, so the Iron Man deck, it says it's the Iron Man deck, starts with black. Black and red, it looks like. Project Deathlock Soldier. Return, let's see here. Zombie Soldier. Turn this card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh. So that's like a cheaper version of the Merchant of Many Hats. Those servo guards look like sentinels. Doom servo guards. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life and mill 2 cards. Agent of Hydra. When this creature dies, you create a black 2/1 villain creature with menace. So you lose a 1/1 and you gain a 2/1 with menace. Hydra Troopers. When this creature enters, create a tapped 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. If there are 2 or more creature cards in the graveyard, otherwise, mill 2 cards. Oof. Kingpin's Enforcers. Lifelink, and sacrifice an artifact or creature to draw a card. Interesting. Don't know if I'm going to use him. So far, that's the only one that I'm not too sure about. Glamorous Grapplers. Menace for a 3/3. Arnim Zola, Biofanatic. I thought his robot eye was popping. I guess it is kind of popping out. Interesting. Let's see here. 3 and tap it. Create tapped 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. Activate only if there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard. Like that. I like that a lot. So far, all the Hydra cards are just about generating creature tokens. Hang on, I'm gonna check on the stream real quick. Sure everything is running smoothly. So far, so good. Oh, and I got the purple Captain America skin for Marvel Rivals, which may or may not ever be able to use because Marvel Rivals doesn't sometimes like me. Awesome. Okay. Get that back up. Madam Hydra reanimated. Oh. Lady, what? Yeah, horror is right. What is on your head? Menace. Madam Hydra gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard. Ooh. When Madam Hydra enters or attacks, mill 2 cards. Wow. Okay. I can tell who's supposed to be the what do you call it? The leader of the Hydra. I heard that Red Skull isn't in this set, so I don't know what's up with that, but there is supposed to be more Marvel sets, so who knows. All right, Ultimo, Civilization's End. Menace. When Ultimo enters, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Discard this card, and each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Okay. Doomblade. Destroy target non-black creature. That's a really cool art. Infernal Rebirth. Return 1 or 2 target creatures from your graveyard to your hand with basic land cycling. Again, I love the fact that they have land cycling on these Marvel cards. Hydra Infiltration. When this enchantment enters, target opponent discards 2 cards. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Of course, Thriving More. Ooh, that's a cool swamp. I really like that one. Oh, it's not just red and black. There's also green in here too. I got... Okay. I'm good with that. These here. That. There. Serpent Specialist. Going with the one of the most toxic cards in Marvel, which is what is it? Serpent Society, where it has ward, you gain 5 poison counters. So if you ward, if you pay the ward twice, you lose the game. Because Secrets of Strixhaven has a Planeswalker that's almost as toxic of a card as that one. Let's see here. Serpent Specialist, Death Touch, and power up 4, put 2+1 counters on this creature. Okay, with Death Touch, that's not bad. Although with Death Touch, really, you only need to have a 1/1 creature. It's meant to, at that point, it's meant to be sacrificed just to kill something. Got another Knight of Wundagore. Hellcat, Undying Vigilante. Haste, and when Hellcat dies, return her to the battlefield under owner's control with +1/+1 counter on her. She loses all abilities and gains haste. Okay, so you can only do that once. Still, pretty good. Gamma Grotesque. Vigilance and power up. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on this creature, then draw a card for each creature you control with counters on it. Why is this a better power-up card than a main villain like the what's his face? Abomination. Why is this random villain better than Abomination, who is supposed to be a major villain for the Hulk? That makes no sense to me. Warriors of Wakanda. The 4/4 with trample. I do plan on trying to figure out something for a Wakandan deck. I do have like the old original Black Panther from the what is it, the what is those? What's that? The there it is. Secret Lair. There it is. I have the Secret Lair Black Panther. Is it in here, or did I find it and put it aside? I think I did. Steel, round 2, Warstorm Surge. Pretty sure I did. Let's see here. Edition map. Shadow the Hedgehog. There it is. Yeah, so I have the original Black Panther, and I do plan on making a Black Panther deck. Just haven't quite figured out whether or not I want to use that Black Panther or the newer Black Panthers. Probably I'm as like the commander, rather. I should specify. I'm planning on using as many as possible, but I'm not sure which one. Right, so another Mr. Hyde. Let's see. Beast. Erudite Aerialist. As long as you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on Beast this turn, he has flying. Whenever Beast deals damage to a player, draw a card. I'll have to think about how I want to use him. Oh, hey. Here's the thing. I've been waiting to do that. So now I have 3 of the 4 Fantastic Four cards that cause the infinite combo. I still need Sue Storm. Feral Ferocity. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. I love that Wolverine art. That's really cool. Punishing Punch. The spell costs 2 less to cast if there are 2 or more creatures in your graveyard. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature an opponent controls. That is so going inside my my Indoraptor deck. My Indoraptor deck that I'm constructing is basically Pokemon Battle, right? I don't have to actually initiate combat to cause my my monsters to deal damage to you. And because of that, it's going to hurt one way or another. Because either you're going to be sacrificing creatures to Indoraptor, you're going to be taking Indoraptor's damage, or any number of other Rampage or Enrage abilities are about to start, because I'm going to force my characters to fight your characters. Training regimen. Enchantment. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have trample. The beginning of the combat. Are they trying to break Toph? Are they trying to break Toph? Because that's what they're going to do. if they keep doing cards like that. Toph, the first Metal Bender, is already astronomically powerful. And now you're basically just saying all of her lands that have counters on them get trample. I already have a couple of cards in there that give trample to various creatures. But now everything gets trample, not just the specific types of creatures. Oh my god. That is ridiculous. All right. Colossal Collision. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then that creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature your opponent controls with basic land cycling. Thriving Grove. Very pretty Wakandan fight scene in the forest. Oh no, there's more green. There's more green. There's more potential for BS. We got Undercover Scroll again. Moon Boy, Dino Rider. Dinosaur spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever Moon Boy attacks while you control a dinosaur, Moon Boy gets +1/+1 until end turn. I like that. I don't know if that's probably going to go inside a different dinosaur deck that I want to build, but not specifically my Indoraptor deck. But it would be really good in the Indoraptor deck. There's a lot of dinosaurs in that deck. Gert and Old Lace Runaways. Trample, and when Gert and Old Lace enters, you may discard a card. If you do, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand. Pretty good, pretty good. The Fabulous Frogman. He should be a human frog hero. I'm just going to say that right now. He should be a human frog hero. Warriors of Wakanda. Got that. Atlas, Sizable Stooge, which we already got earlier. I will keep that one. Wakandan Royal Guard. And this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. If that creature is another hero, put 2 of it on there instead. Nice. Savage Land Dinosaur. Trample and basic land cycling. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep that there. Flora Colossus, so basically Groot. Has hexproof, and Flora Colossus' power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. I could see so many different things causing that. Let's see, Team Transmitter. Whenever a hero and you control enters, you gain 1 life, and it's a mana rock. I love it. Thing Swing? What? The spell costs 2 less to cast if targets a hero you control. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target your opponent controls. Okay, so it's basically the same thing as the other one, just minus the basic land cycling and add a cost reduction if it's targeting a hero. That's a pretty piece of art. Is that? I think that's supposed to be She-Hulk. I love these like alternative art pieces. All right, now we're getting into red, which has me excited for a couple of different cards in here. So we got another Speed Young Avenger, Stature Young Avenger. Reach, whenever this you cast a non-creature spell, Stature has a base power and toughness of 4/4 until end of turn. I like it. Patriot Young Avenger. Prowess, and as long as Patriot is equipped, other creatures you control get +1/+1. Iron Lad Young Avenger. I am definitely putting that inside Iron Man. This one says Young Avengers, so I'm guessing that this is just straight up Young Avengers. Because there's another Wiccan Young Avenger. we got earlier. Oops. She-Hulk, Jennifer Walters, Trample, and 2 in red and sacrifice a land, draw a card, and put a +1/+1 counter on She-Hulk. That would be good if you're running that in a deck that has something like Earthbending or something in it. Hi, Delta! The Immortal Weapons. When the Immortal Weapons enter, return a target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. When you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. Ooh. Kind of expensive, 5 mana for that, but I mean, you are getting 2 different types of utilities, which normally is only, you'd only get something like that from like, I don't know. I see the vision for that. It's very interesting. Normally you'd only get one or other. You wouldn't get both. So I guess 5 mana is actually pretty reasonable for that. Lightning Strike, of course. Already had one of those, but that's always good. Spirit. Oh, I didn't know this existed. That's gonna screw up my plans for my Iron Man deck. Experimental Armor. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has flying and haste. The reason why that screws my plans up for my Iron Man armor is I did not know that existed, and I'm trying to put as many Iron Man cards into my Iron Man deck as I can. So I'm just gonna slip that in there into my Iron Man deck holder, and I will figure that out later. Hire a crew. Create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. Then creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Furious. Furious Strength. Enchant creature to +2/+2 and has menace. I think we already had one of those earlier. I know we had Marvelous Melee earlier. Yes, actually. I did get a good hit. Although I kind of expected it to come because it was inside the Marvel Superheroes welcome deck. This card right here is $54. It is an insanely powerful card, and it's also worth $54. So that makes me happy. It also makes me sad because it's one of the cards that I want in my Iron Man deck, and I can't put it in there because I don't want to use the $54 card. So I'm going to have to proxy that, which delays my ability of finishing my Iron Man deck a little bit. But I mean, that card is worth almost as much as my Soul Stone, which is like $65, $75, depending on what the market rate is going at. So can't really complain about the fact that I got it. It's just sad that I can't use it. So I got to figure out a way of proxying it. Driving Bluff. Ooh, another one of those Tony Stark Mountains. I'm sure I've gotten a couple of other ones that are also worth a decent bit as well, but that one so far has been that was in the first pack that I opened, which was, like I said, the Marvel Superheroes deck. Basically one of the first pulls. And several more lands. Smashing Spree. Target attacking creature gains +3/+0 and trample until end of turn. Fun. Concentrate. Oh, that's another Iron Man one I didn't know. Concentrate firepower. Deals 5 damage to target creature. I legit. Let's see. I just got a good set of protectors for it. Well, the thing is, I just don't want to risk like bending it. Is my issue. Is like I don't want to risk like damaging it or bending it in any way, shape, or form. I plan on putting it in a protector, but I want to make sure that like it doesn't get damaged. And honestly, proxying cards is like $2, like $2 plus shipping. So like it doesn't cost me much to create a proxy of it. It just it takes time to create the proxy and have it shipped to me. And I have a game event that I'm going to on Sunday, and so I won't be able to use it by then because it's going to take like over a week to get to it. going to take over a week for it to get made and sent to me, I should say. Lands. Crimson Operative, which we had earlier, which allows me to exile something or from the top of my deck and then play it until my next turn. Power Boost. Creatures you control get +1/+0. Very... That... Just gotta be careful while you use it. Yeah. It's a point of pride. It is a point of pride. I just don't want to risk damaging it. I don't know. I might use it for this Sunday and then put it away as long as I don't like get too rough with it. This card here, like, it's okay giving all your creatures +1/+0, but it for 3 mana, I feel like you could probably get that same effect cheaper. I don't know. Let's see. Hulk, Bruce Banner. That is an ugly art. So far, that's the first miss that we've seen from the Marvel set. That is ugly. But I mean, for 5 mana, having a 7/4 with trample is hard to beat. But Jesus Christ, there had to have been a different way to do that. Like, there had to have been a different way to create that art. Yes, I got the Iron Man card I was looking for. This is not going in my Iron Man deck. This is going to be the commander for my Firebender deck because of his ability to create a 2/1 robot hero artifact token with flying every time you cast a red spell, which the Firebending deck is really good at doing, since Firebending allows you to generate mana when you attack. So you generate mana when you attack, then you cast like instant and sorcery spells, then you create artifact creatures that you can then next turn use to attack, and just keep doing that over and over and over again. And if you have some of the prolonged abilities on the field, such as Leyline Tyrant or what's his name, Electro Assault Battery, you also have the ability of keeping that mana generated around long enough to use it for other things besides just in combat. Spider-Man Hometown Hero. That is a funky art, but I kind of like it. Reach, and when Spider-Man enters, target creature with power 2 or less can't block this turn. Or can't be blocked this turn. That's a pretty decently powerful Spider-Man, too. One of the most powerful Spider-Mans. Again, I did not realize this existed. This is basically just shock. Actually, no, I think no, it's Lightning Strike. It's basically just Lightning Strike, but because it's a different name, you can have Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt. Because Lightning Strike is 1 generic and red, and Lightning Bolt is just 1 red. So you can have this and Lightning Bolt in the same deck, and it basically does the same thing. Which is good, because I actually proxied Lightning Bolt, not realizing that Repulsor Rays existed. I proxied Lightning Bolt and turned it into what do you call it? Multi-missile system, which I feel like there's definitely a better card to proxy for multi-missile system. Where is multi-missile system? Or micro missile launcher. Like, that's the one I proxied for Lightning Bolt, and this literally does the exact same thing. The difference is Lightning Bolt does it to any target, where Repulsor Ray only does it to a target creature, but that's fine. So I can't target my opponent with it. But that is A-okay. I'll take that sacrifice. Oh, that makes me happy. That makes me so happy that I'm managing to find all these Iron Man cards. I really want this Iron Man deck to be themed as heavily on Iron Man as I possibly can. Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff. 2/3 with Menace. Not bad. Not great, not bad. Just kind of middle of the road. Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff. I believe I already got him earlier, which he has haste instead of Menace. And then a bunch of mountains. Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff. No abilities whatsoever, just kind of there. And then Happy Hogan, Dauntless Driver. Again, no abilities, just kind of there. My goodness, there are so many good cards that just came out of that deck. What happened to the other deck? What did I do with the other one that was still bound up? I set it down in my excitement and then I lost it because my ADHD got the better of me. All this Marvel talk made me miss Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects. Yes, yes, I agree. I agree. You know, it's interesting too because I just recently managed to speaking of fighting games. Oh, it's right there. Speaking of fighting games, I recently found a way of playing the Xbox 360 Real Steel game on the PC. And I managed to get it to work, and it works just fine. It has all the DLC and whatnot on there. Yeah, I thought it was a kind of a sketchy website at first, but the game works perfectly fine, and there's no problems with it. I have no idea if it has online play, but I decided to download it, and it was a really fun blast from the past. I'm sure I could probably find an emulator to run Marvel Nemesis. So sad that game never took off. That was such a fun fighting game. By the way, Delta, I am sitting in voice chat if you want to join voice chat. First one is card draw. It's the theme of the first one. And it's all blue. So let's see. We've got aimbot. Just 2/3 of flying. Pretty basic. Brawn, Amadeus Cho. Isn't Amadeus Cho Hulkling? Or is that a different character? Hold on, I'm gonna look that up. I'm confused now because I could have swore that Amadeus Cho was Hulkling. No, they have never used the Imperfects characters for anything else. Oh, I see. You're playing with Sigma. Got it. Nope, never mind. Hulkling is Theodore Kaplan Altman. Never mind. I got Amadeus Cho and Hulkling mixed up. I think Amadeus Cho is supposed to be a Hulk. He does say Gamma Scientist Hero. And I remember that he was referred to as the Hulk for a bit. But apparently now he just goes by Brawn instead. So Brawn enters, draw a card, and then power up 5. Put a +1/+1 counter on Brawn for each card in your hand. Jesus Christ! If you have a deck that allows you to keep as many cards in your hand as possible, he could go from a 1/1 to like a 19/19 real quick. I have seen decks that allow you to draw like pretty much your entire deck into your hand, and Amadeus could explode. Alrighty. Alrighty. Interesting. Bold Biochemist. Human Scientist, power up 5. That looks like it's supposed to be... Oh, nope, never mind. On first glance, I was gonna say it looks like he's supposed to be like a generic version of Bruce Banner, but I guess not. Power up 5 or power up 6, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and draw 2 cards. That not as impressive. Not as impressive. That reminds me of the Oscorp Scientist from the Spider-Man set. Very similar ability. The only difference is this can only be activated once, where the other one I think you can activate it multiple times. Atlantean Cavalry, which we already saw. Graviton Fundamental Force. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, you choose one. Either target creature gains flying until end of turn, or tap target creature. That could be fun, especially if you are basing it around like a continuous draw deck, something like a Teferi deck or something. Blue Marvel, which we already got, which was a Flying Ward 2, and whenever you draw your second card, put a +1/+1 counter on Blue Marvel. Aimed Scientist, which we've gotten several of. Super Intelligence, an Aura, enchant creature at the beginning of your upkeep. Enchanted creature, at the beginning of the upkeep of the enchanted creature's controller, that player draws a card. Because you can enchant this onto an opponent. You can group hug them by allowing them to have a card. Where is my phone? I'm putting that in my Willy Lumpkin deck. That's going to be I've never run group hug before, but group hug has destroyed me in the past. So I can imagine that Willy Lumpkin is going to be a powerful group hug commander. Herbie Scout Unit. So cute. When this creature enters, draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. He's an artifact too. You could you could break him with Toph. Okay. Get a little bit of card draw, get a little bit of landfall, and he's an artifact, which means Toph can break him and make him more powerful. Okay. Depower. Very powerful card. Trickster's Stratagem. Already got one of those. Stark's Ingenuity. One of the ones I was looking for. Oops. Crap, dropped it. Get back here. Ugh. Enchant creature you control, and when this aura enters, you may pay X. If you do, draw X cards. When you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on an enchanted creature. Ridiculously overpowered for, for a card draw strategy. And then, of course, Thriving Island. And then a bunch of lands. Next one is Blue Artifacts, which immediately has War Machine on it. Has me excited that we are going to get the other War Machine. I already got the red-white War Machine. Now I think we're probably going to get the blue-white War Machine. Still can't use any of them in the Iron Man deck. I can only use the mono-red War Machine in the Iron Man deck. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not that salty about it. Legacy of Iron would be wonderful inside the Iron Man deck, but it's what it is. It's what it is. Aerial Doombot, Hydraulic Helper, Shield Deployment Drone, Robot Flying. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Ultron Drone. Power up 6, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature and create a 2/2 colorless villain artifact creature token. I need like 5 of those. I need 5 of every Ultron. Okay? Actually, no. I need 4 of the mono black Ultron, 3 of the black blue Ultron, and then 5 of every other Ultron. Because they're going in so many decks. So many decks are getting them. Aimbot. Victor Mancha Runaway. He's colorless. Interesting. When Victor Mancha enters, exile target card from your graveyard. You may play that card as long as you control Victor Mancha. Ooh, that could be very powerful. There's War Machine. War Machine James Rhodes. Flying, and whenever War Machine attacks, tap up to 1 target creature. Repulsor Bots, which is ironically one of the few Iron Man cards that is not going in my Iron Man deck just because I ran out of space. I couldn't figure out what to put in. When this creature enters, return up to 2 target artifact and or creatures to their owner's hands. I want to put him in there because returning up to 2 creatures your opponent controls to their owner's hands, very powerful. Just don't know who to take out to put them in. Vibranium Energy Daggers. Futurist Forge, which I believe I already got. Thirst for Knowledge. Draw 3 cards, and then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. I think I have that from a different set, but I'm going to keep that one too. Frozen in Ice. Enchant creature. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature just loses all abilities and can't be untapped. That's brutal. Ooh. That's a nice art. They get some superb art on these cards. Oh boy, the next one's black. Next one's villains. All right, Red Room Recruit, which obviously a reference to the Red Room that Black and White Widow were trained in. When this creature enters, it connives. Boomerang Blade. I thought that said Blade Finger. It says Blade Flinger. When Boomerang attacks, he deals 1 damage to each opponent and you gain 1 life. Ooh, that's fun. Ninja of the Hand. We already got one of those. Baron Struka, Hydra Overlord. Villain spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever another villain you control enters, you may have it connive. Do this only once each turn. Okay. Tombstone Career Criminal, which was from the Spider-Man set. Interesting that they reprinted some of the Spider-Man cards into the Marvel set. Like some of them, like Lila, I can understand. They still had the Spider-Man thing on there, but I find it very curious that they reprinted some of the Spider-Man cards. Because I know that they got one of the Doc Ock cards printed as well as Doc Ock's robot. Crossbones, Malicious Mercenary. Whenever another villain you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Crossbones. He deals 2 damage to each opponent. Ability triggers only once each turn. I want to make a villain deck so bad. I am still salty that Eggman isn't a villain. Glorious Grapplers, already got that. Roxxon Brutes, already got that. Minotaur Roxxon CEO. It's literally a Minotaur. Whenever a Minotaur, Roxxon CEO, or another non-token creature dies, you create a 2/1 black villain creature token with Menace. Oh! Where's my Dina deck? Dark Deed. My target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Vision of Villainy. The spell costs 1 less class. If you control a villain, you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Hour of Defeat. Or another really sweet swamp. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want those swamps separate. There you go. Next one is Heroes. That's the theme of that one. So we already have Agent of Atlas. Peggy Carter, Secret Agent. The only Peggy Carter they have in this set. I had to proxy my own Captain Carter. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains indestructible until end of turn. Brave Brawler, Lifelink, power up 5. Put 2+1/+1 counters on this creature. Considering it's a 2-drop, that's not bad. Agents of Shield. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, the creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Not bad, not great, but not bad. Hero in Training, I already have one of those. Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Vigilance. That's all it has, is just Vigilance. It doesn't tap. Okaye. Dora Milaje Leader. When Okaye enters, create 2 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Attacking creatures you control have first strike. Or creature tokens you control have first strike. Interesting that they did creature or soldiers instead of warriors. I mean, I suppose that helps pair it with cards like Captain America, because a lot of the Captain America cards are based around soldiers, not warriors. But like the previous Secret Lair for Black Panther were based around warriors. So very curious. Ooh, another god. Valkyrie Skyrider. Just has flying, but I mean it's another god, so I might be able to fit that into my Kratos and Atreus deck and just make it that much better. Wondrous Revival. Select return up to 3 target hero creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Wow. Iconic Shield. Yeah, that's pretty iconic. Equipped creature gets +1/+2, and it has whenever this creature attacks, another target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Love it. Fall to Earth. Exile target creature. Each player gains 3 life with basic land cycling. Pacifism. Enchant creature cannot attack or block. That one's an old card. That one's definitely one that has been around for a while. I love the fact that Thor is in the background doing the freaking He-Man laugh while Loki's like locked under Mjolnir. That's fucking hilarious. Driving Heath. I love that artwork for that planes. Captain America greeting kid. That's awesome. Oh, starting to lose my lands. Just got them kind of stacked up on my my Eggman deck box and starting to fly off. Let's see. Hawkeye's Shot. This spell costs 2 less to cast. If a target's attack creature, exile target creature. Wow. You are in Training. Soldier On. Put 2 +1/+1 creatures on target counters on target creature. Untap it. Mockingbird, Bobby Morse. Whenever Mockingbird is dealt damage, put a +1/+1 counter on her. Okay. This must be +1/+1 counter city. Ant-Man Scott Lang. Tap 4 and put a +1/+1 counter on Ant-Man. Kind of expensive, but it's okay. Sure, I can make it work. Captain America Steve Rogers. One of like 6 Captain Americas in this deck, or in this set. Lifelink, and whenever Captain America attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. That creature gains indestructible until end of turn. I suspect that a Captain America deck is going to be very annoying to actually destroy creatures, because most of the time, they're just getting indestructible. Captain's Defense. Target blocking creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn and draw a card. Falcon, Sam Wilson. When the Falcon enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. That's nice. Planes. Another Hawkeye. The Wasp, Janet Van Dyne. Flying, and when the Wasp enters, she deals 4 damage to target tap creature your opponent controls. Planes. Mandroid Squadron. I see Mandroid, and I'm just thinking about the, what is it, Transformers Earth Spark. Because that's what they call the main villain there, is Mandroid. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life. And then Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes. How thematic. Winter Soldier enters tapped. That means you can't use him the first time he hits the field. Irby is going inside my Toph deck. That is a really, really fun card. Downside is it costs 4 mana to play, but considering you draw a card and then you get to put another land onto the field, might make up for that. All right, so that's both of those starter decks broken down. Let's you know what? I've got a Lorwin Eclipse booster pack here. So let's open that one next. First, these are not Marvel cards for anybody who's watching that was just watching all the Marvel cards. These ones are from one of the actual in-universe sets. Let's see. The first one is Chaos Spewer. When this creature enters, you may pay 2. If you don't, blight 2. You put 2 -1/-1 counters on a creature you control. So it's a 5 mana creature, or it's a 3 mana creature, and one of your creatures gets weaker, which could work in your benefit depending on what your strategy is. Wild Unraveling as an additional cost to cast a spell, blight 2 or pay 1. So pay an additional mana or weaken one of your creatures and you counter target spell. Honestly, I would probably just, unless your strategy is centered around blighting a creature, I would just pay the extra 1. And it's basically, at that point, it's just basically cancel with a little extra gimmick. Liminal Hold. When this enchantment enters, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent an opponent controls. Until this enchantment leaves the battlefield, you gain 2 life. Better than most of the other ones that I've seen in there, because that one actually gains you some life. There's plenty of things that are like, until this enchantment leaves the battlefield, exile this creature. But not very many of them have that extra caveat. Vile Boggart. An assassin. When this creature dies, put a puts a -1 counter on to up to 1 target creature, so you can blight an opponent. Misdue Counsel. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control Kithkin. When this creature enters, draw a card. Enraged Flamecaster. Reach, and when this spell, and whenever you cast a spell with a mana value of 4 or greater, this creature deals 2 damage to each opponent. Ooh, that's fun. Unforgiving Aim. Choose one. Destroy a target creature with flying, destroy a target enchantment, or create a 2/2 black and green elf creature token. I'm about to build an elf deck, so that's actually kind of cool. Eclipsed Marrow. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a Merfolk, Plains, or Island card from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest into the bottom of your library in a random order. I do have concepts for a Merfolk deck centered around one of the uh Namor cards from the Marvel set, but I haven't found Namor yet, so the Springleaf Drum. Tap untapped creature you control, add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so it's a mana rock, but it requires you to tap something else, which would probably also be useful in a counter deck when you're, or not a counter, a token deck, when you can generate creature tokens. Thought-Weft Lieutenant. When this creature or another Kithkin you control enters, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. Fun, but I don't plan on building a Kithkin deck, unfortunately. Bray of Clan Stout Arm. Tap 1 and a white, and another creature you control gains flying and lifelink until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you get exile a non-land card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if the spell's mana value is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained this turn. Otherwise, put it into your hand. So I'm just imagining, since this is a giant, that the first ability is when you pay the mana to and tap it, is that she's just throwing the creature, and you're gaining life based on how much damage it does, and it's flying because it's literally being thrown. That's how I'm interpreting that first ability. Temple Garden, which is green or white and land. Encumbered Regery. This creature enters with a with 3 -1/-1 counters on it. When this creature becomes tapped, while it has a -1/-1 counter on it, remove a -1/-1 counter from it. It's a quick way to get a creature that's 5/4 on the battlefield, but doesn't start 5/4. It gradually gains strength as you continuously tap it. And it only costs 2 mana. So, not bad. Not bad. It's a fun swamp. I really like that. I like the fact that they incorporate the skull into the house. Let's head back to Strixhaven. Strixhaven is always fun. They've got some really interesting cards in there. I'm looking for more prepared cards. Speaking of which, got a holo of this one earlier. Spellbook Seeker has the draw 2 cards and then discard 2 cards prepared spell. Dig Site Inventory. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn. And then it has flashback, so you can play it again and then exile the card. Fun. Pull from the Grave. Return to up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand, and you gain 2 life. That is amazing. It's only 3 mana. Burog Barrage. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If you've cast another instant or sorcery spell this turn, then it deals damage equal to its power to up to 1 target creature your opponent controls. Oh. Very curious. Bogwater Lumerets. When this creature or another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Pioneer's Trove. The mana rock, where you tap it, get 1 mana of any color, and you tap it or you gain 2 life. Activate only if you cast an instant or sorcery card this turn. Garrison Excavator. As Menace, and whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. That would be kind of fun for my Green Goblin deck, because as I end up casting cards from my graveyard, I can then spawn spirit tokens. Rabbit Attack. Until end of turn, any number of target creatures you control each get a +1/+1 and gain. When this creature dies, draw a card. Thundering Archaic. Converge. When this creature enters, exile target non-land permanent with that an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the number of colors that was spent to cast this creature. Pay 2, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Expensive for a 3/3, but those abilities do not lie. Vibrant Outburst. I already have a couple of those. Those ones are fun. Deal 3 damage to any target and then tap up to 1 creature. Suspend Aggression. Exile target non-land permanent and the top card of your library. For each of those cards, its owner may play it until the end of the next turn. Royal Treatment. Target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Create a royal roll token attached to it, that creature. Control another roll. Let's see. Put it in the graveyard. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has ward 1. Okay. I love it. I love it. Glorious Decay. Choose one. Destroy target artifact. Glorious Decay deals 1 damage to target creature with flying, or exile target card from graveyard and draw a card. And then Field of Strife. I love cards that allow you to surveil or scry. Gives you a chance to look through your deck a little bit. All right, back to Marvel. Bedroom Recruit, we already got that. Knives, Fixer Stratagem, already got that. Shield Spy Kit, already got that. Restorative Technique. This player target player gains 2 life, then searches their library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tap, then shuffles, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. That does so much for 3 mana. Air Crew, Powerful Broker, Kunlun Warrior, She-Hulk. I already have one of those. Black Widow Double Agent, Human Hero Villain. Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains first strike and menace until end of turn. Echo, Perceptive Prodigy. Beating the crap out of Kingpin, I see. Vigilance and 1 and tap it. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control from creature source. You can choose new targets for that copy. Oh, I am going to have fun with that one. Winter Soldier. Icy Assassin. Vigilance and Menace. Winter Soldier gets +2/+0 for each equipment attached to him. Then you pay 5 and return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on him. Then you may attach an equipment you control to him. Creature with a finality counter would die. It gets exiled instead. So the only way to stop the finality counter would be to return it to your hand. Oh, I like the art on that card. Epic Fight. Choose one or both. Double target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. Target creature you control fights another target creature your opponent controls. Instantly Indoraptor. And then a Holographic Serpent Specialist, which we already got earlier. And Hell's Kitchen. I like that. Okay, it's a life game one. Let's open one of these boxes. We'll do the Villains Unleashed art box next. Oh, opening it from the wrong side. Duh. That's art. Actually, my screen's in the way. Hold on a second. Foxy. Go. Looks pretty neat. You've got Zemo, you've got Titania, you've got Taskmaster, you've got Ultron, Mastermind, Thanos, MODOK, Doctor Doom, Loki, Kang. So a whole bunch of different people. And we've got the back part for the art cards. I have several of those little podiums. I've never actually put them together. Really probably should do that. We boost your packs. Those are the art cards. Podium. Special thing about these, however, are the specific cards that they have in here, such as Ultron Machine Overlord. It says flying and other robots and constructs you control get +2/+2. That is immediately going into, until I get anything else, that's going into my Eggman deck. If I can get at least 2 of Ultron Artificial Malevolence, then I'll be starting to build that other Ultron deck, and I might move him from Eggman. But for now, he's going in Eggman. Thanos, Death's Consort. Lifelink, and whenever another target creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Thanos. So he's very similar to Super Shredder. All right. Oh, shit. No! Drop the cards. Hold on a second. Try not to wheel over them. They hit my microphone as I was turning. I spilled them all over the place. It'd be tragic if I end up ruining. Although I think the Abomination was. So if I ruined any of them, and Abomination was the one that got ruined, I don't think I would have cried that hard on that one. Okay. Is there anything else? I think it was that. No, there should be 6. I think I just grabbed 4 out of the 6 because I already saw 2. So I think that's it. Okay, cool. Oh, that scared me. That scared me. That is a goof. Absorbing Man and Titania. Double all damage that creature sources you control will deal. Jesus Christ. That is also that's going to go into my Tifa deck. Let's just cause Tifa to be a war criminal. My top deck is both of my top decks are already war criminal based. Let's just cause Tifa to also be a war criminal. All right. Abomination, Irradiated Brute. Trample, and whenever a gamma or a villain you control deals damage to a player, put that many +1/+1 counters on Abomination. I guess that one doesn't suck. The other Abomination we had sucked. That one doesn't suck that much. MODOK, Evil Intellect. Flying, and whenever you draw your second card each turn, target opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. Wow. And finally, Loki, God of Lies. Whenever you cast a spell that targets only a single creature, gain control of that creature until end of turn. If it's your turn, untap that creature and it gains haste until end of turn. I was kind of hoping that one would actually work in my Kratos deck, but Kratos doesn't cast spells that much. He mostly just relies on stacking up the +1/+1 counters. So I don't, and when he does cast spells, usually it's not targeting a specific opponent, or a specific target. So that's unfortunate, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna keep those ones separate. I have a box specifically for like my special cards and secret layers that I'm not immediately using. put that in there. All right. Hero in training. Gorilla. Each sacrifice this creature, destroy a target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Activate only as a sorcery. Interesting. Oh, it's a different repulsor blast. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Hold on one gosh darn second here. Where's the other repulsor blast? What is... Oh, the other one said repulsor ray, didn't it? I bet it said repulsor ray, and this one's repulsor blast. Again, did not realize that this repulsor blast existed. Where is it? 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 It's galvanic blast, not repulsor blast. Oh, there it is. Yeah, repulsor rays. Okay. Okay. I'm less confused. I thought it was just a different artwork, but then I started reading it. I was like, that's different art. That's a different mana value. That's different ability. What is going on here? All right, so let's see. Teamwork 2. As an additional cost to the spell, you may tap any number of creatures you control with a total power of 2 or more. Repulsor Blast deals 5 damage to target creature. The spell was cast using Teamwork. It also deals 2 damage to creature's controller. I've got to figure out a way to get that in there. I'm so happy finding all these other Iron Man cards, honestly. It's on Brutes, Iron Man. Atlantis attacks. Teamwork 4. Choose one if this spell was cast using the Teamwork. Choose both instead. Target player creates a 6/5 blue Leviathan creature token with hexproof. Return 1 or 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. Wow. Okay. Murdoch's Crusade. Teamwork 4. Choose one if this spell was cast for Teamwork. Choose both instead. Street Justice. Exile target creature with toughness of 4 or greater. Legal Justice. Exile target creature with a mana value of 4 or greater. Fun. Jessica Jones, Private Eye. Tap, put a stun counter on Jessica Jones, as if she's drinking, I'm guessing. Exile target X, top X cards of your library, or X is Jessica Jones's power. You may play those cards this turn. Interesting. Quake, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. One of my favorite characters from the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, tap target creature or land. Hellcat, Undying Vigilante, we already got her. Loki, God of Mischief. Different from God of Lies. Whenever a player or permanent becomes the target of an ability you control, draw a card. This triggers only once each turn. Ooh, fun. Super Scroll, which is one that I know a lot of people have been like, oh my god, this is a weird. This is like one of the first ones that they revealed. Flying, you tap 2 in white, create a 0/4 colorless wall creature token. Tap 3 or green, Super Scroll gets +4/+4 until end of turn. Plus tap 4 in red, Super Scroll deals 4 damage to target creature. Tap 5 in blue, target creature player draws 4 cards. This is basically the black equivalent of the Fantastic Four. Ooh, holographic I Am Iron Man. Yes, 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 please. I thought I already put I Am Iron Man in here. I guess not. So perfect timing. Then another generic token and PIM Technologies. For green and blue, you gain 1 life when it enters. Nice little land. I'm hoping I get Hexing Squelcher, but that's another like $35 card that I might need to proxy. But Hexing Squelcher is in the Lorwin set, and I only have like 2 Lorwin magic packs. All right, Rapid Rescue. Free Sentinel, Unliving Legionnaire, there's Stratagem, Priest Commandos, Futurist Forge, Fight to the Death. Oh, that's a cool comic art. Instant, destroy all blocking creatures and all blocked creatures. Patriot, Shield Wielder. Tap 2 and tap him. Another target creature you control gains +2/+0 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Doc Samson, Super Psychiatrist. If you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent you control, put that many +1 of each of those kind of counters on the permanent instead. Tap X, or tap, add X mana of any one color, where X is Dr. Samson's power. That is a powerful mana dork. Kid Loki. Each creature you control that you've put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on this turn has hexproof. When you draw your second card this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Kid Loki. Kind of tempted to see if I can fit that into my Kratos and Atreus deck. Both because it's a god, and because it synergizes with the +1/+1 counters, and, you know, Atreus is Loki, so makes sense. Claw, Sonic Subjugator. Sonic Attack. When Claw enters, target player reveals a number of cards from their hand equal to 1 plus the number of creature cards in the graveyard. You choose one of them, that player discards that card. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's another Baron Zemo. Another Red Room Recruit. Pretty little island. Wonder how much that Fight to the Death is going for. Those comic art cards oftentimes end up going for a lot more than normal. Was it Fight to the Death? Yeah, interesting. Oh, interesting. That one is going anywhere from like $5 to $17, depending on if it's holographic or not. Go with another Strixhaven booster pack. I'm actually burning through many of these cards, which I'm grateful for, because like last time it took me like 6.5 hours to open all the cards. This time it's not taking nearly as long. These Strixhaven cards, whatever. There we go. These booster packs for Strixhaven are very, very frustrating to get. Ooh, this one comes with like prepared tokens. I have never seen that before. Stun tokens, +1/+1 counter tokens, and a prepared token. That's kind of cool. That's it. Let's see. We got last last gasp. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Hydro Channeler. Tap, add blue, spend this mana only to cast an instant or sorcery spell. 1 and tap, add blue of any color, or add, excuse me, same deal, but 1 of any color instead of just blue. Okay. Fun little mana dork. Eager Glyph Mage. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. His first year, we already got one of those. Stadium Title Mage. When this creature enters or attacks, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Ooh, Terramorphic Expanse. Always a good one. Always a very powerful card. I was actually looking for that for my Iron Man deck, so I'll just put that in there. Thunderous Soloist. Dwarf Bard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. If 5 or more mana was cast, it deals 3 damage to each opponent instead. I like that. I want that in my in that Gristan Starm ability deck that I was doing. That makes me really, really want to do even more with building some of the decks that I have thematically set up, but not actually like done anything with yet. Divergent Equation. Return up to X target instant and or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand, and then exile this. That's so powerful. Witherbloom Charm. Choose 1. You may sacrifice a permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards. You gain 5 life. Or destroy a target non-land permanent with a mana value of 2 or less. Harsh Annotation. Destroy target creature. Its controller creates a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. Stirring Hope Singer. Flying a lifelink and repartee. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Wow. Okay. Return the Favor. Spree. Choose 1 or more additional costs. If you add 1 to the cost, you copy instant or sorcery spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. Choose new targets for that. Or if you tap another one, you can change the target of a target spell or ability with a single target. Oh my god, that can be fun. Ooh, I've been looking for that one. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life. You gain 1 life, and you basically pay its mana cost and tap it. Sacrifice a creature. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. That is immensely powerful for a deck like my Indoraptor deck. Get one of the jump starts. Oops. We're burning through the packs pretty quick. What color do we get this time? This is green. Tenacious. Interesting. The theme of this one says, mill away your library. The larger your graveyard, the stronger your spells become. So we got another Undercover Scroll. White Tiger, Amulet Keeper. 4, exile this card from your graveyard, draw a card. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Good pretty good value, actually. Hellcat, all right, got that. Gert and Old Lace. Voracious Brood. It looks like a Terminid. Or not a Terminid, a Tyrannid, excuse me. Like a Tyrannid from Warhammer. This creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature card in your graveyard. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into the graveyard from anywhere, put that many +1. Wow! I'm just going to... I'm not giving that one up. That is insane. Pet Avengers has reach and power up 7. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and create a 3/2 white hero creature token with vigilance. The power up is extremely expensive. I mean, yeah, you get a 3/2 creature with it and a +1/+1 counter on Pet Avengers, but that is extremely expensive just to make a 5/5 and a 3/2. I suppose if they were separated, they might cost about the same. So I don't know. Very curious. It is an instant speed though, so like you can do that. Also, I always forget about the fact that power up reduces its cost if you summoned it this turn. So not like you have to pay for the creature and then pay for the cost. You pay for the creature, and if it's the same turn that the creature came in, then the cost gets reduced by however many. So like it's a 4 mana creature. That means you're only paying 3 mana for the power up. You're only paying the 7 mana if you choose to wait. I keep forgetting about that. That makes the power ups a little more viable, you know. You pay the 7 mana, you get the power up and the creature all at once. All right, Savage Land Dinosaur. We already saw them. Return of the Mole Men. Whenever a land you turn enters, you may mill 2 cards. Pay 6, sacrifices enchantment, create X 1/1 green minion creature tokens. Name Moloid, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. The tokens have, whenever this token attacks, you may mill a card. That's so strong. At least you have to sacrifice the enchantment to do it, though. That's the big one. Oh, another one of the Spider-Man cards. Look around, mill 3 cards. You may put a permanent card from among them onto your hand, gain 3 life, or destroy target creature with flying. I think I already have Scout the City like 9 times over. Call damage control. Choose up to 2. Return those cards in the graveyard to your hand. Target artifact, target creature, target enchantment, target land. That's going to be fun in the Toph deck. Accelerated Evolution. Enchant creature you control. When this aura enters, enchanted creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. It's a flash, so designed for a defensive thing. Punishing Punch, yes. And Thriving Grove. Oh, another Terramorphic Expanse. Very nice. Come here. Shore you up a little bit. I'll open the Heroes art box here in a second. Considering the fact that like I had such good luck last time with the Spider-Man cards, I am not expecting to find the Soul or the Mind Stone this time. Would be kind of nice, but I don't foresee it happening. But if it did happen, That would be kind of cool. Just putting that out there into the universe. Cruel Alliance. I think I already got that one. Yes, I did get that one. We say thee nay. You know, I just realized there's only like one Doctor Strange card in this entire set. That makes me wonder if they're making a set that's going to feature a lot of like cosmic entities and magical entities, and Doctor Strange is going to be a heavy part of that. I realize that because I just saw this. Instant Arcane Teamwork 2. A counter target spell unless its controller plays 2. Counter that spell unless its controller plays 4 instead if this spell was cast during Teamwork. That's impressive. Helicarrier Strike. Helicarrier Strike deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If this spell was cast using Teamwork, it deals 4 damage instead. Nice. Squirrel Girl. Go nuts! Choose one. If this skill was cast using Teamwork, choose both instead. Put a +1/+1 counter target creature. Target creature you control fights target creature your opponent controls. Machine Smith Automaton. Trample. Whenever another artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That'd be very powerful in the Iron Man deck, but I'm actually going to put it in my Eggman deck. I need to go through my Eggman deck and trim some of the fat out of it. Cover Skull, Dependable Quinjet. This is one of those weird vehicles where, like, you actually get less value if you crew it because you have to spend. Crew is very similar to Teamwork, where like you have to spend a certain amount of a creature's power or multiple creatures to equal the requirement cost. And like if you're sacrificing two creatures by tapping them, so that way you can't use them for the rest of the turn to crew the Quinjet, like those creatures would have to not have flying basically in order to make it worthwhile. Also, I don't know if the Quinjet can use its mana, its mana rock ability, unless it's crewed. So that might be like an extremely expensive mana rock, because you'd have to basically 1 to 2, maybe even 3 creatures with a total value of total power of 4 or more in order to get it to work. So I don't know if it can even use that mana rock ability if it's not crewed, or if you can just play it as a mana rock and then crew it to make it a creature. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. I'm going to keep it for now, but I'm going to look into it. Colleen Wings, Street Samurai. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, put a +1/+1 counter on Colleen Wing, and then scry 1. Crossbones. Kalzar of the Savage Lands. That's basically He-Man. That's just He-Man. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play land cards on the top of your library. Kalzar enters. Create Zabu, a legendary 2/2 green cat creature token with landfall. When a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Zabu. I like that. The Kingpin of Crime, who should have been in the Spider-Man set. Extort. Whenever you cast a spell, you may pay black or white. When you do, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain that much life. Whenever you attack, you may pay 2 life. If you do, until the end of turn, creatures you control with a toughness greater than their power assign combat damage with their toughness rather than their power. Yes. Avengers Under Siege. I love sagas. Sagas are fun. Created 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. The saga deals 2 damage to each non-villain creature and each opponent. Create a treasure token for each villain you control. Oh my god, if you're doing a villain-only deck, that could get nasty. Ooh, holographic Stark Industry Executive. I knew I was going to need a lot of the Stark Industry Executives. I didn't realize I was going to get so many. That, and a wall. So far, I still need Sue Storm. For the, what do you call it? The Fantastic Four. And then I've got the Infinite Combo. Then I just have to find a deck that allows me to use all 4 colors. I don't have the Fantastic Four deck right now, so I fortunately would have to try and figure something out to create it. I already know off the top of my head that there is an Iron Man in this set of special cards. I just don't remember if it's a powerful Iron Man or not. Let's see. Looks like it's the first card on the thing. Iron Man Futurist Paragon. Flying. At the beginning of combat and your turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with a base power and toughness of 5/5 and gains flying. Yes, that is strong as hell. Hulk, always angry. Whenever when Hulk enters, destroy all artifacts. Hulk attacks each turn. That is dangerous. That is definitely a non-artifact deck running machine right there. But I mean, you're sacrificing all your artifacts, so you don't want to put this in an Iron Man deck. But I don't know if you see this. It's 7 mana for a 9/9 with trample. He will bulldoze everything. Thor, Guardian of Midgard. Flying, and whenever a sorcerer you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, you may exile that many cards from the top of your library. You may play those cards this turn. Oh. I dropped Hulk. Hold on. There we go. Kind of like that. Again, I was kind of hoping that Thor or a Thor was going to go into my Kratos and Atreus deck, but so far I haven't found anything to replace any of the stuff that I currently have in that deck that makes it better, aside from removing. I believe I am going to remove Katara Bending Prodigy from that deck in order to put in Sif's Spearmaster. Black Widow, Intel Expert. First strike, whenever Black Widow deals combat damage to an opponent, you and that player draw 2 cards. So, group hug strategy. Captain America Unbowed, which is the one I proxied for Captain Carter. When Captain America enters, soldiers and heroes you control gain indestructible until end of turn. And he has Flash, so he can enter pretty much at any time. Hawkeye Trick Shot. First strike and reach, when Hawkeye or another hero you control enters, it deals damage equal to the number of heroes you control to any target. That one is probably my favorite one so far of what I just read. All right. Let's see. What's next? What do we have next? I'm still hoping for Sue Storm. Giant Growth. Another Hawkeye's Bow. Yes, please. Ninja of the Hand. Shield Deployment Drone. Crowd of True Believers. Tap, target creature you control that's attacking alone gets +1/+0 until end of turn. You gain 1 life. Okay, okay. Powerful Broker. I think I'll let that one go. Ooh, Photon Blast Barrage. I need a couple of those. When you cast this spell, copy it X number of times. You can choose new targets for the copy. Photon Blast Barrage deals 1 damage to target creature. Falcon's Wing Harness. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has flying and ward 1. Okay. It's very similar. It's very similar to Winged Boots, actually. Except Winged Boots gives it ward 4 instead of winged 1. Yo, pretty fun. Secret Invasion. Enchant creature you control. When this aura enters, exile the top exile up to 1 creature card other than enchanted creature until the aura leaves the battlefield. An enchanted creature becomes a copy of the creature of that creature until this aura leaves the battlefield. Oh, okay. So it basically is a copy effect. And it gives it ward 2. Oh, oh, well, I found the ultimate hero commander. Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., power up. 1 of everything. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on Nick Fury. Then look up the top 7 cards of your library. You may put a hero, equipment, or vehicle card from among them onto the battlefield. If it's a double-faced card, you may transform it. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Now, here's the thing. Because it says vehicle, right? And Transformers, typically speaking, are robots on one side and vehicles on the other. They only count as artifact creatures when they're in vehicle mode on your turn. And only while they're on the field, as far as I'm aware. So I don't know if Nick Fury could work with something like Optimus Prime. Because Optimus Prime is one of my favorite cards, since that was like the first card that I had and got me into Magic. But I'm like, I would love if Nick Fury worked with Optimus Prime, because Optimus Prime says Optimus Prime hero. I know that he's not labeled as a hero, but like, I would love to thematically just have Optimus Prime in a deck run by Nick Fury and a bunch of Marvel characters, a bunch of like, you know, actual heroes. And if they ever do DC, having Nick Fury command like Batman or something like that, or Superman, would be freaking hilarious. But ultimately, this is like the ultimate like Wooburg commander for the heroes, because if you can bounce Fury over and over and over again, you can basically keep using his power up ability, because you can only do it once. That's awesome. And it has me excited because I didn't think I was going to get Nick Fury. I actually felt like I was more likely to get the Mind Stone than Nick Fury. I don't know why. Where's my other Lorwin card? Or did I already open it? I thought I had 2 Lorwin booster packs. Strixhaven. Oh, there it is. All right, Spiral into Solitude. Enchanted creature can't block or attack. Pay 2, blight 1, sacrifice this aura, exile target creature. Okay. A lot of steps to exile that thing, but kind of nice. Gangly Stompling. It's a changeling that has trample. Changelings are kind of nice because they count as all creature types. Silvergill Peddler. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card. Okay. Okay. I can see some use for that. Blight Rot. Put 4 -1/-1 counters on target creature. Oof. That's That's bad. That's evil. Dawn's Light Archer. Flash and Reach. That's pretty good. Pretty good for an elf. Most elves are like 1/1 creatures because they're mana dorks. Elder Auntie. This creature enters, create a 1/1 black and red goblin creature token. Unforgiving Aim. We got that 4. Bark of Doran. Creatures +0/+1. As long as the creature's toughness is greater than its power, it assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Okay. I can see that being useful. Ooh, that's a cool one. Eclipse Kithkin. I like that art. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a Kithkin, Forest, or Plains card from among them. Put them in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Puka's Eye. Well, that's disturbing. When this artifact enters, draw a card, then choose a color. This artifact becomes the chosen color. Pay 3 and tap it, draw a card, activate only if there are 5 colors among permanents you control. Okay, so it's a Wooburg card. Not sure I'd use that one. Champion of the Path. As an added cost to this spell, behold an elemental and exile it. Exile an elemental you control or an elemental card from your hand. Whenever another elemental you control enters, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exile card to its owner's hand. Kind of reminds me of Bolton Man from the Spider-Man set, but not quite. Vibrance. That's really cute. When this creature enters, if 2 red was paid to cast it, this creature deals 3 damage to any target. If 2 green was used to cast it, search your library for a land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand. Doesn't say basic land. Just says land. So that's a very powerful land tutor. And then Wild Unraveling as a foil. Very nice. Back to Marvel. Visions of Villainy. Got that one before. Aerial Doombot. Got that one before. Burrow Backup. Got that one before. Pet Avengers. Crimson Operative. Agents of Hydra. Futurist Forge. Titania. Excuse me. Wonder Man. Hollywood Hero. I still need to watch that show. Flying, each power-up ability of permanents you control can be activated an additional time. That's useful. Power up 7. Put 2+1/+1 counters on Wonder Man. I like that. That's going to be very useful inside the Nick Fury deck for sure. Grim Reaper, Lethal Legionnaire. Whenever Grim Reaper attacks, you may pay 3 and a black. When you do, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking with a finale counter on it. Actually, no, I want that one. Agent 13, Sharon Carter. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, investigate. Oh, I was hoping I was going to come across you. Wolverine, Fierce Fighter. When Wolverine enters, he fights up to 1 other target. If damage would be dealt to Wolverine, instead that damage is dealt, but all other damage that has already been dealt to him is healed. I've been really hoping I was going to find him. The Masters of Evil. Other villains you control get +2/+1. Pay 2 and discard this card. Search your library for a plan card. Reveal it and put it in your hand. Okay. Ooh. I like that art. That's really cool. I'm excited for that Wolverine card. Yeah, you know what? We'll open the Strixhaven pack. It's the first one I grabbed. Oh, apparently I got a emblem for Professor Dellen Fell, which I think is actually, if I remember correctly, the the second most toxic card in the game. The first most toxic probably is definitely the Serpent Society, but I think I think he's all black. I think he's an all black planeswalker. It's he's a painful jackass is what he is. It's from what I understand, because I think you can force opponents to skip turns, I think is what his ability is that makes him so toxic. Cheerful Osteomancer. This creature enters prepared and raised dead. Return one target creature from your graveyard to your hand. That's nice. Run behind. This spell costs 1 less to cast if target an attacking creature. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice at the top or bottom of the library. Fun. Stone Dawson. Exile this card from your graveyard. You gain 2 life. Surveil 1. Activate only the sorcery. I know a friend that could probably use that. Goblin Glasswright. I think I already have this one. Craft with Pride. Create a treasure. Oh, yeah. I've got that one. That's a really good one. Glorious Decay. I believe I already got that. Spirit Mascots. And whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Terrafractal. Molten Note. Molten Note deals damage to target creature equal to the amount of mana spent to cast this spell. Untap all creatures you control. Untap all. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alrighty then. Topiary Lecturer. Increment. Whenever you cast a spell, if the mana value you spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Oh, that's a good one too. Eternal Student. Tap 2, exile this card from your graveyard. Create 2 1/1 white and black ink creature tokens. Hardened Academic. That's a really cool one. I like that picture. Flying in haste. Discard a card. This creature gains lifelink until end of turn. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature. Oh, on target creature you control. Locust Spray. That sounds disgusting. Target creature gets -1 until end of turn, and in cycling, you can draw a card. Oracle's Restoration. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You draw a card and gain 1 life. Pretty holographic forest. Get another. I think this might be the last of the jump starts that I have. I thought the jump starts were only supposed to be like a single color. I didn't realize the jump starts could have multiple colors besides like, the obvious like, dual colored characters. But this one should have 4 of the 5 colors inside this one pack. That has me excited. Maybe I'll finally get Sue Storm and complete the infinite combo. I would love to try and pull off that infinite combo. That'd be so much fun. Hang on 1 second. There we go. My chair was on my blanket. It's getting kind of cold. The new air conditioner that we have, that I have in this house, is very good. Sometimes a little too good. I feel like I have to put on a hoodie just to be in my room nowadays, which is different than what was before. I'm not truly complaining. Before, I felt like I was gonna die from heat stroke, but I'm not used to it. I'm used to being warm, not cold during the summertime. All right, so we got Human Torch, Johnny Storm, Irby Scout Unit. I'm definitely doing that. Aha! I got it. Ha 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 ha. So this had all 4 of them in there. Oh, this is not even fair. This one booster pack on all 4 of the Fantastic Four that caused the infinite combo. So for Invisible Woman, Sue Storm, Lifelink, whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on 1 or more heroes you control, you may create a 4/4 wall creature token with Defender. The reason why this is an infinite combo for those, here's the thing, is so how it's supposed to work is whenever you draw a card, if you control another hero, Human Torch deals 1 damage to a target opponent. Then Ben Grimm, whenever 1 or more heroes deal damage to a player, put 2 +1/+1 counters on the thing. Then Invisible Woman, whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on 1 or more heroes you control, you may create a 0/4 colorless wall creature token. And then finally, Mr. Fantastic, whenever 1 or more tokens you control enter, you draw a card, which triggers Human Storm and causes an infinite loop. Oh man. Oh man. I was just talking about how I wanted Sue Storm. I wasn't expecting to get all 4 Fantastic Four. All right. Then we've got Farseek, which is a very common card in most decks featuring plains, islands, swamps, or mountains. Interestingly enough, not forests, but because it's called Farseek, I imagine it's because you're supposed to be seeking out things besides the forest. You're using green to seek out other colors, basically. Daily Bugle newspaper, which I really want to put into a deck that features all of the Daily Bugle newspaper secret layers, because I have those. It's like artifacts, draw a tap 2, draw a card, then discard a card, create a treasure token. That's cool. I have all of these, like, where are they? Like this guy. Like they're Daily Bugle secret layer cards. I've got like the entire set. So now I kind of want to figure out what I want to do with those cards and put this in there. Put the actual Daily Bugle newspaper card in there. I am genuinely surprised that did not make it into the Spider-Man set. They have J. Jonah Jameson in there. But there are 2 cards that I was surprised that they didn't have anything for. The first one is Daily Bugle. Like, obviously, I didn't know what the effect was going to be, but, like, I'm surprised they didn't have it in there. And the second one, where's my proxies? Actually, no, I don't need my proxies. I can look in here in my failed Marvel deck, which is going to get completely revamped after I'm done with this. Where is it? Because this one card that I proxied feels like it genuinely should have been a no-brainer. have to find it real quick. Hello, where are you? There it is. Propaganda. Of all the cards that they could have easily put into the Spider-Man set to fit Spider-Man's theme, with J. Jonah Jameson in the deck, I don't understand how they skipped out on Propaganda. I found this particular card from, I think it's, what is it, JDM Art on Instagram. I found that particular art piece for it and turned it into a card. It's like, this is perfect. I don't get it. I also did a Towering Viewpoint from the Assassin's Creed set and turned that into a proxy card for Spider-Man sitting on top of a what do you call it? Skyscraper. I'm like, again, that feels like it's very thematic. It gives a creature that you control flying, like Spider-Man. Oh, found a different commander. Found a different commander for the Fantastic Four. I found the actual Fantastic Four. When the Fantastic Four enter, and whenever you cast a spell that its power, toughness, or mana value is 4, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Create a wall creature token, deal 3 damage to each opponent. So basically, this does all 4. This particular one does all 4 and can trigger any of the other ones, but only once, because it says choose one that hasn't been chosen that turn. So it can only do each one of those things one time. But it can still trigger the infinite loop. It just won't be infinite. Wow, okay. Wall off. This spell costs 1 less cast for each creature your opponent controls. Create a wall defender. Okay. And all the Fantastic Four cards are like, almost all of them that I've seen so far are all 4. Like, Grim is 6, Human Torch is 3, but most of the Fantastic Four cards that I've seen so far have been like mana value of 4. So like they would trigger the Fantastic Four. The spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Turned target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Inspiring Fire. Spell costs 1 less cast for each card you've drawn each turn. Inspire. Oh, okay. I guess they're comboing off each other. You control if it targets the hero you control. Yeah, we've already seen things swing. Baxter Building. Tap 4 and tap it to add 4 mana of any combination of colors. Tap 4, tap it to draw a card. Activate only if you control a creature with the toughness of 4 or greater. And it comes with Terramorphic. Normally, these boosters come with like 20 lands. Or excuse me, 10 lands, and then the rest of the cards are just like, you know, you've got 10 cards and 10 land basically in those starter boosters. This one has the Baxter Building. It's got Thriving Grove, Him Technologies, Forest, Plains, Island, Mountain, and Terramorphic Expanse. So most of this pack actually were like player cards, not lands. That's fascinating. And it has my wheels turning for what kind of things I could do for the Fantastic Four. I'm thinking. I wasn't planning on building a Fantastic Four deck. Now I am. I could probably assemble a pretty decent Fantastic Four deck just with the cards that I've gotten today, not even including all the other bulk that I've got. Oh, that food looks so good right now. I am so hungry. Trickster Stratagem, Crowd of True Believers, Kingsman's Enforcers, Hydraulic Helper, Giant Growth, Sentinel, Restorative Technique, Death to Our Enemies. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a tapped creature token into play and put a plane counter on this. When your fourth plane counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice it. When you do, it deals 7 damage divided among 1 to 2 targets. Wow, okay. Master of Evil. Rewrite history. Whenever one or more creatures you control becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card, and put a plane counter on this. When the fourth plane counter is put onto this plan, sacrifice it. When you do, return up to 2 target instant or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Monstrous Rage. Look at that Red Hulk art. Target creature is +2/+0 until end of turn. Create a monster roll token attached to it. I don't remember what the monster roll is. Ooh. Got Arc Reactor, which is another one that I was looking for. Improvise. Add 3 mana of any color. I need multiple Arc Reactors for all of the decks that I'm doing, all the shenanigans. Got Red Hulk. That art looks like it should have been part of the scene art. Reach and Trample and Rage. Whenever Red Hulk is dealt damage, put a +1/+1 counter on him. When you do, he deals damage equal to the number of +1/+1 counters on him to any target. I need 2 Red Hulks. I need 1 for my Indoraptor deck, and I need 1 for my Kratos deck. There's a Leviathan creature token that they were talking about in a different card. Almost done. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 packs to go. And then I might wrap things up. I was planning on trying to build my one of my decks, but like we've already been going for 4 hours now. I think I might wrap things up after this. Take it easy for the rest of the day. Maybe record a couple of videos, you know, because I don't have a whole lot of time for the rest of the week, so I might do that. Hydra Troopers, Atlantean Cavalry, Hero on Trading, Knight, Pulsar Blast, Roxxon Brutes, Futurist Force. No. Bad. Take that. Human Torch. Ooh! That's a different Invisible Woman. Hold on. Hold on a second. Now I have 2 Invisible Womans. That one looks extra special. How much are you? Oh, not that much more. Essentially like 50 cents more than the other one. The Superhero Civil War. Gain control of up to 2 target creatures with a total mana value of 6 or less for as long as this saga remains on the battlefield. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance into end of turn. Target creature you control fights one other creature. That is so thematic of the Civil War. I love that. I'm going to try and find some way of incorporating that into the Avengers Assemble deck. And giant size flying ant. If I don't put it in the Avengers Assemble deck, I will be putting it into the Fantastic Four deck that I am now convinced I must make. All right, so this is Strixhaven, not Marvel. So got Procrastinate. Tap target creature, put twice X stun counters on him. Ouch. Stone Docent, Sneering Shade Rider. Flying, when this creature enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Ancestral Anger. Target creature gains trample and gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of cards named Ancestral Anger in the graveyard. Draw a card. So in Commander, that's basically just 1. So, I mean, it does give trample, but it only gains 1 because there is no... you can't have more than 1 Ancestral Anger in there unless it says you can have as many as you want in the deck, which would be nasty. Shopkeeper's Bane. Yeah, that definitely looks like it. It's like a bull in a china shop. Trample. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 2 life. Ooh. Biblioplex Tomekeeper. This keeper enters. Oh, okay, so this is the one I was thinking of before. For some reason, I thought it was whenever it became tapped, not whenever it enters. That makes it significantly less valuable, but it's still valuable. Hero history buff. It's an interesting vampire cleric. When 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, Hero becomes prepared. Pack a punch. Mill a card, put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. It gains trample until end of turn. That sounds fun. Divergent Equation. Oh, right. Already got that one. Cuboid Colony. Instead of a Borg cube, it's a B cube. Flash, Flying, and Trample, and Increment. Whenever you cast a spell, it gets stronger and stronger the more, if its mana value is more than this thing's power or toughness. That's fun. I like that. Foolish Fate. Destroy target creature. If you gain life this turn, that creature's controller loses 3 life. Okay. The Darning Archaic. This spell costs 1 less cast for each instant or sorcery card in the graveyard. That is 10 mana. When Dawning Archaic attacks, you may cast target instant or sorcery spell from the graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into the graveyard, exile it instead. That could be very, very, very powerful. Burst Lightning. Kicker 4. Burst Lightning deals 2 damage to any target. If this spell was kicked, it deals 4 damage instead. I like that art. Another Terramorphic Expanse. And Forum of Amity. Not gonna lie, I kind of am hoping for a one of the dragons. One of the Strixhaven dragons. But I have 2 Strixhaven packs left, and looks like, including the one that I'm opening right now, 3 Marvel packs left. A fun treasure. Super Suit. Where is my Super Suit? When this equipment enters, attach it to a creature you control, untap that creature. It's +1/+2. And it's got flash, so really easy to bring in. Condon Drone Flock. I kind of wish this was counted not just as a robot, but as a Thopter. Because I was thinking about trying to build a Thopter deck at some point. Flying. When this creature enters, scry 2. Serpent Specialist. Smith Automaton. Widow's Bite. Teamwork 3. When choose one. If this spell was cast using Teamwork, choose both instead. Target creature gains Death Touch until end of turn. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. That's brilliant. Bold Biochemist, Agent of Hydra, Atlantis Attacks. Hulk Gamma Goliath. Power abilities of other creatures you control cost 3 less to activate. Jesus. Okay. I'm good with that. And then this has Reach, Trample, and a power up of 8, which gives it 5 +1/+1 counters. Oh my god. Hawkeye Young Avenger. If source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or permanent your opponent controls, instead it deals that much damage plus X, where X is Hawkeye's power. Love it. Ooh, transforming Black Panther. King T'Challa. Whenever a player draws their second card each turn, you draw a card. Transform him. And he has Flash, Double Strike, prevent all damage that will be done to Black Panther. When Black Panther deals damage to a player, draw a card. So he's like group hug at first, almost like he's diplomatic, and then he goes rage mode and just tears you apart like a cat. And then you got damage control and Hell's Kitchen. Got so many ideas right now. Got so many ideas for how I want to build that Fantastic Four deck. I wasn't thinking about doing it before. Fantastic Four, not really my favorite heroes. They can be kind of cool, but like they're not ones I gravitate towards. But now I have ideas. I have so many ideas. Okay, let's see. Widow's Bite, Agent of Atlantis, Room Recruit, Hydra Assault Robot. Whenever another villain and or artifact you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. Ooh. Serpent Specialist, Hire Crew, Aim Synthoids. When this creature enters, surveil 2. Simple. Kang, Temporal Tyrant. When Kang enters, he connives. Whenever you draw your second card this turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That's Magic. Justice, Vance Astrovic. I don't think we got that one yet. Justice enters, return up to 1 target non token permanent to its owner's hand. Whenever a non-land permanent you control is returned to its owner's hand, put a +1/+1 counter on Justice. Interesting. Okay. And then Quake again. Origin of the Avengers. Scry 2. You may put a hero card with a mana value of 3 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. If you don't, draw a card. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Holographic Hawkeye's Bow. Avengers Hangar. Nice. I'm still hoping for there's Stark Industries is what is the land that I'm hoping for now, the dual land that I'm hoping for, because again, building an Iron Man deck, want as many Iron Man cards as possible in that deck. All right, let's see here. Restorative Technique, Hire Crew, Hydra Troopers, Atlantean Cavalry, Hero in Training, Knight of Wakanda, Project Death Notch Soldier. Do I want him again? Titania, Agent 13, Sharon Carter, Wonder Man, Spider Woman, Secret Invasion. Ooh! Thor Odin's son. That's a pretty one. Flying Vigilance, Prowess, Prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn twice. Very nice. Very nice. And that's it for the Marvel booster packs. I just have the Strixhaven ones left. Let's get those open, and then we can wrap things up. Sadly, I did not find a couple of the things I was looking for. I still need Ultron. I still need Stark Industries. I need multiple Iron Mans. I'm missing Iron Man Bleeding Edge for sure. I'm missing Iron Man. There's like 2 or 3 Iron Mans and Iron Heart. So I'm not going to be able to finish my deck like I was hoping for, but that's fine. It'll be done in a matter of time. All right, so let's see. You got Procrastinates, Ascendant Dust Speaker, Burbog Banemaker, Death Touch, and this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn if you pay 2. Fun. Rubble Rouser. When this creature enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Exile a card from your graveyard. Add 1 red mana. When you do, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Huh. Tidal Mage. Mage Tower Referee. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Interesting. Primary Research. When this enchantment enters, return 1 non-land permanent card with a mana value of 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. At the beginning of your end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, draw a card. Orisa Tide Choreographer. This spell costs 3 less to cast. If creatures you control have a total toughness of 10 or greater, when Orisa enters, draw 2 cards. Okay. Selonian Tackle. I think this is supposed to be their version of, because Strixhaven's basically their version of what's it called? Harry Potter. I think this is supposed to be their version of Quidditch. I think. Target creature you control gets +0/+10 until end of turn. Then it bites up to Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm gonna have fun with that one. Snooping Page. Repartee. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, this creature can't be blocked this turn. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Emeritus of Abundance. Vigilance and a creature enters prepared. When this creature attacks, if you control 8 or more lands, it becomes prepared. And then return a target card. Oh, wow. Holy crap. That's powerful. That is really powerful. Glimpse of Nature. When you cast a creature spell, draw a card. And wander off. Exile target creature. Final pack. Making sure I didn't miss any. I don't think I did. I think this is actually the final pack. All right, let's see here. Hydro Chandler. Johnny's Response. This card costs 3 less cast. If it targets a attack creature, destroy target creature. Pull from the Grave. Turn up to 2 target creatures. from the graveyard to your owner's hand. They gain 2 life. Expressive Fire Dancer. Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +1 until end of turn, and 5 more mana. Also gains double strike until end of turn. Glorious Decay. Imperious Ink Mage. Vigilance. When this creature enters, surveil 2. Terramorphic Expanse again. Primary Research. Muse Seeker. Opus. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card, then discard a card unless 5 or more mana were spent to cast that spell. Tam Observant Sequencer. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Tam becomes prepared. Ooh, that's a. Oh my god. I'm thinking. I've got ideas. Morseo, Vane's New Dawn. It's like a freaking. Oh, he is a bird skeleton. Okay. Flying. When Morseo enters, create 1 black and green pest token with. Whenever this token attacks, you gain 1 life. Infusion. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, up to 1 target creature card with a mana value X or less. Oh, return up to. Oh, okay. So like depending on how much you gained in life, you end up getting a creature that's mana value is equal to or less than what you gained. Got it. Pick your poison. I like that art. Opponent sacrifices an artifact of their choice. Each player sacrifices an enchantment of their choice, or each person sacrifices a creature with flying of their choice. Like how it specifically says flying. Melancholic Poet. Repartee. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. All right. That's it. That's all I got. Gotta say, some interesting cards for sure. I'm very curious to see what I can do with some of these, as well as what my friend can do with some of these, because I'm loading up my bulk stack behind me and going to be taking them to an event on Sunday. But overall, very curious and interesting sets of cards that I managed to get. I'm very curious. I'm very excited to see what I can do with them. But I'm going to wrap things up here. That way I can cover, because my voice is starting to fail me now. Thank you for joining me. I am MarkAlpha12, and I will see you in the next stream. Actually, hold on a second. Nope. Yep. All right, let me redo that. I am Ark Gregorius, and I will see you in the next stream.